Νομίζω να ακούω πολύ. Και εγώ κατουράω. Και
Εγώ πάλι όχι. Κοιτάξτε λίγο, τώρα μιλάμε.
Dear colleagues, good morning from the Hellenic Institute of Venice. We would like to welcome you to our hybrid international conference, travelers to the Byzantine and Ottoman empires, 12, sorry. Dear colleagues, good morning from the Hellenic Institute of Venice, Hellenic Institute for Byzantine and Post-Byzantine. Good morning again. I'm sorry for this inconvenience. Some people had their audio on, so we had to mute them. We'll welcome you to our hybrid international conference entitled Travelers to the Byzantine and Ottoman Empires, 12th, 17th century, dedicated to the memory of Professor Stefanos Gerasimos. And this is a 3-day conference devoted to travel and writings on travelers in various aspects. And on behalf of the organizing committee, which is and my colleagues, Nicholas Kontogiannis from Dumbarton Oaks, Washington, D.C., Katerina Kore from the University of Patras, Vasilios Koukousas, the professor and director of the Hellenic Institute of Venice, Mirka Palioura, professor in the Ionian University, and Dr. Ioli Vinkopoulou. We are all welcoming you to our conference, and I would like to invite Dr. Ioli Vinkopoulou for a brief note on the conference and Stefanos Gerasimos. Dr. Vinkopoulou, the floor is yours. Your lecture will be in French.
Chers participants et auditeurs, tout d'abord, je tiens de remercier le président de l'Institut des études byzantines et post-byzantines de Venise, M. Vasilios Koukousas, et ses collaborateurs, Thomas Papas, Fanny Soldidis et Tassos Theophilogannakos, qui tous nous ont gentiment et chaleureusement accueillis. M'étant éloigné depuis des années de la recherche scientifique, mon émotion a été très grande quand professeur Pascal Sandroudis m'a annoncé l'organisation de cette conférence, tant plus quand il m'a invité honorablement d'y participer. Je remercie beaucoup mes collaborateurs du comité d'organisation pour la préparation de cette conférence et pour la confiance en ma personne, et je remercie bien sûr tous ceux qui ont accepté d'y participer. Nous sommes ici ce jour-là pour rendre hommage, honorer une partie de l'œuvre précieuse que nous a léguée le professeur Stefanos Gerasimou. À Constantinople, ses parents et les miens entretenaient réciproquement pendant de longues années des liens très amicaux. À l'époque, lui, adulte, et moi, enfant, je suivais sa vie, malgré notre différence d'âge, à travers des histoires, des anecdotes et des événements familiaux, tantôt graves, tantôt heureux. Pourtant, des années après, nos vies constantes ont été troublées et ont pris des directions différentes, et nous nous sommes brutalement trouvés, chacun de nous, dans une patrie plutôt nouvelle, plutôt marâtre. À Paris, enfin, lui professeur et moi étudiante post-universitaire, j'ai recherché son avis et ses conseils pour la suite de mes recherches. Hiver rigoureux et il neige. Il m'a reçu dans son simple rez-de-chaussée, dans une atmosphère chaleureuse mais savante, et tout s'est bien passé. 40 ans avant d'aujourd'hui, j'étais parmi les premiers chercheurs et aussi presque toute seule sur le chemin de recherche sur les voyageurs du XVIe siècle. Lui, il n'en était pas au courant de ma thèse en cours et moi, je n'étais pas au courant de ses nouvelles recherches. Et dès lors, l'échange fut spontané. J'avais déjà soutenu mon DEA en 1984 et la problématique, les hypothèses, les paramètres de ma recherche modeste ont été inclus dans l'introduction de sa première œuvre titanesque qu'il en 1991 publia sur les voyageurs dans l'Empire ottoman. Lui, en ce moment, il était en train de rassembler les sources d'où il s'inspira pour composer son livre sur les itinéraires et l'inventaire des lieux habités sur les routes des voyageurs. Très volontiers, il me permit de consulter, durant cet hiver glacial, sa documentation qui provenait des bibliothèques lointaines avant même la publication de son travail. Depuis, il a été toujours encourageant et il m'a guidé sur les différentes questions qui surgissaient pendant la préparation de ma thèse et aussi lorsque le chemin de sa réalisation me paraissait infranchissable. Il était là, membre du jury pour la soutenance de ma thèse. Mais, jour tragique pour moi, le jour où paraissait, en août 2005, la publication de ma thèse sur le monde grec vu par les voyageurs du XVIe siècle, activités économiques et vie quotidienne, nous est parvenue la nouvelle que Stéphane Gerasimos n'était plus parmi nous. Son livre de large envergure reste aujourd'hui instrument indispensable pour toute recherche, étude, pour toute œuvre relative qui se réfère évidemment sur les voyageurs vers l'Empire ottoman. Je suis d'avance sûre et contente que les chercheurs expérimentés vont honorer l'œuvre de Stéphane Gerasimos et que les jeunes chercheurs vont reprendre le relais et continuer sur le chemin plein de difficultés, mais aussi plein de satisfaction que nous remplit ce choix. Je salue tous les participants et je déclare la séance ouverte. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vingopoulou, for this introduction. And we're moving to our next speaker, Professor Benjamin Lelouch, who will also speak on the work and the scientific work and life of Stéphanos Gerasimos. Monsieur Lelouch, bonjour.
Bonjour. Yes. Can you hear me?
Est-ce que vous avez des fichiers à partager ou pas?
Non, non, non.
Non.
Non. Bien.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Et je vous remercie de m'avoir invité à prononcer quelques mots d'hommage à la mémoire de Stéphanos Gerasimos, 18 ans après sa disparition. Stéphanos Gerasimos fut l'auteur d'une œuvre scientifique gigantesque qui embrassait les disciplines et les domaines les plus variés, de l'étude du sous-développement à celle du nationalisme, de l'architecture monumentale à l'habitat, de l'Empire ottoman des 15e, 16e siècles à la guerre d'indépendance turque, de la géopolitique à l'histoire de la cuisine. Sa curiosité insatiable, sa puissance de travail, son enthousiasme n'expliquent pas à eux seuls un accomplissement aussi étonnant à une époque de spécialisation et de compartimentage du savoir. Stéphane Gerasimos était né avec la nationalité turque dans une famille grecque d'Istanbul qui resta sur place après les violences contre les Grecs qui firent suite aux événements de Chypre de 1955. Formé en archéologie et en architecture à l'Académie des Beaux-Arts d'Istanbul, devenue par la suite l'université Mimar Sinan, il partit à 24 ans pour la France, où il commença sa vie professionnelle comme architecte urbaniste à Paris, avant de rejoindre l'université de Paris-Vincennes et de faire une carrière universitaire, essentiellement en France, mais nourrie de collaborations internationales, notamment avec des Turcs. Par son histoire familiale et son itinéraire personnel, il était donc un homme d'une triple culture, grecque, turque et française, et sa faculté d'adaptation et d'investissement de domaines multiples du savoir venait aussi, je pense, de cette multiplicité initiale de cultures transmises et maîtrisées. Ce n'est qu'un des nombreux thèmes de recherche de Stéphane Hierassimos, l'histoire des voyageurs, qui consacrait cette conférence. Dans les années 80 du siècle précédent, Stéphane Hierassimos fit connaître à un assez large public en France les relations de voyage dans l'Empire ottoman de Nicolaï, Tournefort, Tavernier et Thévenot, en introduisant et en annotant leurs textes qui furent alors republiés. Sa curiosité le conduisit à faire d'eux-mêmes pour Ibn Battuta et Marco Polo. Surtout en 1986, il soutint une thèse de doctorat d'État sur les voyageurs dans l'Empire ottoman, comme cela d'ailleurs vient d'être rappelé, des origines de l'Empire ottoman à la fin du XVIe siècle, qui fut publiée en français à Ankara en 1991. Son ambition était d'étudier de manière systématique tous les voyageurs, non seulement d'ailleurs les voyageurs européens, mais également les voyageurs musulmans. On a peine aujourd'hui à imaginer quelle énergie demanda, avant la chute du mur de Berlin et l'apparition de l'Internet, la réalisation d'un inventaire complet des récits de voyage qui prenait en compte des manuscrits ou des imprimés déposés dans des bibliothèques à Gdansk ou à Leningrad. Ce qui intéressait Stéphane Hierassimos n'était pas l'histoire des représentations ou celle de la construction d'un genre littéraire, quoiqu'il consacra des pages à la diffusion manuscrite et imprimée des récits de voyage. Pour lui, les voyageurs étaient une source de l'histoire ottomane qu'il voulait qu'on prît au sérieux. Une source qui présentait avant tout l'avantage d'éclairer l'histoire urbaine et celle de la topographie historique de l'Empire ottoman. L'ouvrage s'ouvrait par une étude de sociologie historique quantitative sur les origines des voyageurs, leur statut social ou les raisons pour lesquelles ils avaient entrepris un voyage en terre ottomane. Mais le chapitre le plus important est à mon avis le deuxième, sur les itinéraires maritimes et terrestres empruntés par les voyageurs. Stéphane Hierassimos put cartographier la plupart d'entre eux, préciser les infrastructures qui étaient mises à la disposition des voyageurs, je pense notamment aux caravansérails dans lesquels ils pouvaient séjourner, identifier un certain nombre de ponts et de forteresses inconnues. Ce travail pionnier a ouvert par la suite la voie à d'autres travaux sur la mobilité géographique de l'Empire ottoman. Je pense notamment au volume dirigé par Elisabeth Zachariadou sur The Via Ignatia under Ottoman Rule, 1380-1699, paru en Crète en 1996. La ville vers laquelle convergeait le plus grand nombre d'itinéraires était Constantinople, Istanbul. Istanbul s'imposa au fil des années comme le cœur de l'intérêt de Stéphane Hierassimos, qui consacra des études à ses monuments, ses habitations et ses cimetières, à partir des récits de voyage, mais aussi des registres de cadis, des cadastres et des vakfs, ou à la lumière des légendes qui circulaient sur Sainte-Sophie. Stéphane Hierassimos, qui avait quitté Istanbul dans sa jeunesse, y était comme un voyageur de la fin du Moyen-Âge ou de la Renaissance, ramené sans cesse par son itinéraire de recherche.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le professeur. pour votre introduction. I would like to thank you for this introduction, but it's not quite an introduction. It's a compendium of the work and life and work of Stefanos Gerasimos. And if you want, you can participate in the discussion afterwards if somebody from the audience wants to ask you something. Thank you very much. Then we are moving to our first session, which is entitled Roots in the East, 10th, 11th century, 14th century. And our first speaker is Professor Sverrir Jakobsson from University of Professor of History, University of Reykjavik, Iceland. And the topic of his paper is the Varangians in the history of Legend. Professor Jakobsson is one of the experts on the history of Varangians, and he recently published a book, God's Fire, on the Varangians in Byzantium. Professor Jakobsson.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice
Here we are.
to see you again, and even via Zoom. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. I will try to share my slides.
Yes.
You can see them.
Yes, but not in full scale.
I will try to put them in full scale.
Yes, it's fine.
And it moves.
Yeah, it moves. Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to give this paper on the Varangians as travelers. In this particular paper, I will devote myself particularly to 12th century Varangian travels in the 12th century and its connection with the Crusade movement of the West. I will argue that the Varangians are a special case for the study of the Crusades because they were very favorable towards the Byzantine or Roman Empire. They were unusual. So I will start. Now, from the middle of the 9th century, we have...
unmute your microphones. Sorry, Sverrir.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to mute. Okay, Sverrir.
Okay. Yes, the Varangian are part of a larger movement of Scandinavians in the East. From the middle of the 9th century, they appear in many sources under the name of the Rus or Rus, both in Arabic, Greek sources, and they are connected with most known episodes from the history of the Eastern Vikings, such as the visit to the Carolingian court in 839, the attack on Constantinople in 860, and also the warriors that came to the aid of Emperor Basil II in 989 are known as the Rus, but never as the Varangians. However, in the 11th century, there seems to be a different type of Eastern Viking, the so-called Varangians, and there are two types of Scandinavians serving in the armies of the Roman Empire. And you can see in many sources, such as the history of Attaleiates from the 1080s, that Rus and Varangians appear in a list of peoples serving in the armies of the empire. Now, the start of the Varangians seems to be the early 11th century, and one of the earliest examples are the works of the Persian or historian Al-Biruni, who wrote that the Varank are people who live in the northernmost reaches beyond the 7th climb as far as north as Thule. And there is an illustration showing where the Varangians lives here in translation. And they are mentioned along with the Rus. They are not a part of the Rus, they are different people from the Rus. And Al-Biruni adds that the Sea of the Varangians is connected to the sea encircling the earth and passes through the lands of the Slavs and approaches the land of the Bulgarians. So it seems that the Varangians are connected to the Rus, even if they're not part of the Rus. And then he further adds that they are more like wild beasts than men. So they are not part of the civilized peoples. Now, after the work of Al-Biruni, we see mention of Varangians in several sources in Greek in the late 11th century. So my proposition is that in the 11th century, there had occurred some developments that made it necessary to differentiate between the Rus and the Varangians. And the chief development is the formation of the state of the Rus. That is to say, the state of the Rus is created by Prince Vladimir and his successors in the 980s, and then the Rus become a separate identity. So it becomes confusing that some Scandinavians are serving the princes of the Rus, and some seem to be independent. And a catalyst for this, to my mind, is the attack of the Rus on Constantinople in 1043. Because at that time, there were also Scandinavians serving the Roman emperor directly, who were not a part of that attack. And a famous example is the person known as Araltes in Greek sources, or Harald Hardrada in Scandinavian sources, he's called the brother of the king of Varangia. And this is one of the earliest occasions where Varangians are mentioned, and it appears that Varangia is a country. It's not a particular occupation, and there is no mention of anything called the Varangian Guard at this time. The Varangians are a people. And Harald is connected to the drama of the Rus attack on Constantinople, in that it seems that he had to leave Constantinople in 1043. He came under a cloud at that time, perhaps because the Rus were attacking the Roman Empire at this time. But however, he remained an ally of the emperors, not as part of the Rus, but as part of a new identity, that of the Varangians. Now, I will now turn to the main part of my paper, which is the continuing connections between Scandinavians and the Roman Empire, where the Scandinavian people from the Scandinavian kingdoms came on armed pilgrimages to the east to fight in Palestine. And they are particularly noticeable for their positive relationship to the Roman Empire. And I will discuss a bit the historiography, which emphasizes their favorable reception by the Roman Emperor, perhaps not entirely truthfully, but it appears that this is an important achievement for these kings. And I will discuss 4 such pilgrimages. That's to say, the main pilgrimages of Scandinavians at this time. They are sometimes known as crusades as well, but crusading historians are a bit cautious in using this term. But at least they are people visiting the east with an army to fight the Saracens, and thus they have this military aspect. And the pilgrimages I will discuss are those of King Eric of Denmark between 1101 and 1103, that of Sigurd of Norway, later known as Jorsalafar, that is to say Jerusalem traveler, between 1107 and 1110. Then the son-in-law of Sigurdur, Erlingur, later Earl of Norway, and his companion, Earl Rögnvald of Orkney, they go on an expedition in 1158 to 1153. And finally, there was a pilgrimage of Danish and Norwegian noblemen to the Holy Land. They actually wanted to participate in one of the official crusades, the Third Crusade, but they came too late. They missed the Third Crusade. So I will look at some sources for these pilgrimages. The first one is actually a skaldic poem, Eiríksdrápa, connected with my own country, Iceland, The Icelandic law speaker, Markus Geggjason, composed this in honor of King Eiríkur of Denmark, probably after his death. And this is an eventful time in the history of Iceland. It was becoming part of a new archbishopric, that of Lund in Denmark, and perhaps Markus visited Lund on this occasion or composed the poem on some kind of occasion, sort of in honor of the king. So Eiríksdrápa is an early source. It's known that Markus died in 1107, so it's probably composed between 1103 and 1107, and it mentioned his travels abroad and the honor showed by foreign rulers. And this is a gradation of honors, and it reaches its climax when Eiríkur goes to Constantinople and receives great wealth from the Lord himself, frá Harra sjálfum, that's the Roman emperor. So this is just a poem. It doesn't have a lengthy description of the pilgrimage, but nevertheless, there seems to be a kind of hierarchy among foreign kings who are all bestowing honor upon King Eiríkur, and the highest link in this hierarchy is the emperor in Constantinople. Now I will turn to the voyages of Sigurður. I have this map that reconstructs the voyages according to literary sources, and according to this map, Sigurður traveled by sea with his ships to Constantinople and then returned to land. So we see that first he goes to Jerusalem and then he goes to Constantinople, known as Miklagard in Scandinavian sources, and then he returns via the land route. And the earliest source for this is actually an English source, Gesta Regum Anglorum, by William of Malmesbury from around 1130. And it states that Sigurd, king of Norway, who was comparable to the bravest heroes, came to England on his journey to Jerusalem, and then he went to the Balearic Islands, which are called Majorca and Minorca. So it's a quite detailed description of his journey. And then he laid siege to, battered and subdued the maritime cities of Tyre and Sidon. And then he entered Constantinople, where he fixed a ship beaked with golden dragon as a trophy on the church of Santa Sofia. So these are the facts here. One is the route, then that he is fighting in Lebanon, and then that he fixed this ship on Hagia Sophia. Gesta Regum Anglorum then continues description with kind of a tale that emphasizes the distrust between the Western ruler and the emperor. So the emperor wanted to detain him, but then Sigurður managed to escape from Constantinople by some contrivance. So he went to a neighboring city and then he returned home by land. Interestingly, this is a kind of typical of English attitudes towards Constantinople, which are characterized by the distrust felt by the Latins towards the Roman emperor. But such descriptions are more rare in the Scandinavian Old Norse sources. So in the earliest Old Norse source, we have Ágrip af Norðorskonungasögum from 1190. The Norwegians didn't have any earlier royal biographies. This is one of the earliest. And it says that Sigurður went to Miklagarður and received much honor there from the emperor's reception and great gifts. So this is the same theme as in Eiríksdrápa. Then we have the fact that's also mentioned in Gesta Regum Anglorum. He left his ships there as a memorial of his visit, so we can assume that this is a fairly known legend. And he took off one of his ships, costly figureheads, and put them on the church of St. Peter. So it's not Hagia Sophia. It's actually a different church in Constantinople. So again, Sigurd and Eiríkur both received gifts from the emperor and seem to be in some sort of client relationship. And we can discuss in questions whether they were regarded as vassals of the king it's at least known that in the late 12th century, the Roman emperor asked the Scandinavian kings to send him troops to fight the Saracens. Now, the Third Scandinavian Crusade took place in 1151 to 1153. It's described in a much later source, the Orkneyinga saga, and the main protagonists are Earl Rögnvaldur of Orkney and a Norwegian ruler, the son-in-law of King Sigurður, known as Erlingur Kirpinga Ormsson. He later became Earl of Norway and ruled the country in the name of his son. What's interesting about this description is that it doesn't really mention battles in the Holy Land. It only focuses on the Roman emperor and the honor to be gained in Constantinople. And the catalyst for this crusade or pilgrimage is a man called Indri the Younger, a Norseman who had been in the employ of the Roman emperor. So that summer came from abroad, from Miklagarður, Indri the Young, who had been a mercenary there for a long time. And he tells stories from this part of the world, and he says, I think it's strange, Earl, that you won't fare out to the Holy Land and instead have to rely on stories about the things happening there. Can you hear me? Oh, you will be very much honored there when you associate with men of rank. And then the Earl and his retainers decide to enter upon this voyage. So it's very clear from this description that the journey was regarded as a social journey as well. He's not only traveling through space, he's also gaining honor, sort of enhancing his reputation. And then finally, when after the description of the pilgrimage, it said that Earl Rögnvaldur, they had a hearty welcome from the emperor of the Varangians. Menelaus was then emperor, whom we call Manuel, and he gave them money and offered them tribute if they would remain here. So he's actually trying to employ them in his as his troops. But it's interestingly, it's said that Indri the Young didn't really associate with Earl Rögnvaldur and his man, and rather tried to set other men against them. And if we regard Indri as a typical Varangian, that is to say a Scandinavian in the service of the Roman emperor, there seems to be a kind of antagonist between him and the newcomers here. Now, the last, how am I for time? I can't see the clock here when I'm sharing the screen.
There is no problem, Sverrir, since our third speaker will not cancel his paper, so you have more time.
Okay, that's okay. Now, in the last source is in Latin called the Profectione Danorum in Hierosolymum, and it depicts the journey of Danish and Norwegian crusaders in 1191 to 1192, and they are actually trying to become part of the greater expedition known as the Third Crusade. But as I said earlier, they come too late. So they actually are kind of tourists in the Holy Land. All the fighting has stopped. And they actually go to Constantinople, and there they receive much honor. And it said that they went back with honor, despite missing all the fighting, took leave of their kinsmen who were courtiers of the king and are called Varangians. And they were armed with the seal of the king. So just to recapitulate, there are several features that characterize all these descriptions. Firstly, that the Scandinavians are very focused on the reception by the Roman emperor. They none of these accounts make much reference to battles in the Palestine or the Holy Land. So, and also there seems to be a social aspect to the travel, that they receive great honor by associating with wealthy people abroad, and especially the Roman emperor in Constantinople. And I would argue that this is a part of a larger trend, that the Scandinavians respected the Roman empire very greatly, especially in the 12th century. And we have negative descriptions of the East Roman Empire or Byzantine Empire in Scandinavian sources, but they are usually from a later date and connected with Romance literature. might be influenced by continental attitudes. But at least at this time, it seems to be me that Constantinople is the main goal of the Scandinavian travelers going on armed pilgrimages to the east. Now, the position of the Varangians here is interesting because originally this is a name for all Scandinavians or Scandinavians who are not part of the Rus, such as the King of Norway, Harald. But then from a Scandinavian perspective, Varangians become something different than Scandinavians. They are a particular kind of Scandinavian who are serving the Roman Emperor. And probably this influenced the later saga literature in which the Scandinavians form a particular regiment. And there is even talk of a Varangian guard, which is not really mentioned at this time in Old Norse sources. It's just that some Scandinavians serve the Roman Emperor, and these are known as Varangians. So what I would argue is that these descriptions indicate an evolution of the term Varangian. It has been appropriated by the Scandinavians themselves. It's no longer a term by Greek and Arab people exclusively describing Scandinavians, but they have appropriated it for themselves. But Varangians are not all Scandinavians. It's the Scandinavian serving in the East in particular. So this concludes my paper. Yeah, and I hope it wasn't too long.
No, it wasn't indeed. And thank you very much, Professor Jakobsson, for this wonderful paper. You presented so much data on these armored pilgrimages of Varangians in the East and their relations with Constantinople. I'm sure that there is more information, but due to the our limited time, you expose the essential of this on this paper, on your topic. And now we're moving to our second speaker, who is Dr. Angeliki Panagopoulou, lecturer of history in the University of Ioannina. And the title of her paper is Shaping the Image of the Just, Sultan Ibn Jubayr and Usama Ibn, if I'm reading that correctly, Mukadih, on the famous Saladin. Professor Panagopoulou.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
This invitation. And do you have a PowerPoint to share?
No.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Born in Valencia, in what was the Muslim Spain, in 1145, Ibn Jubayr set out on a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1183. He traveled to Alexandria on a Genoese ship. Then, after having completed his pilgrimage and having visited Baghdad and Damascus, he crossed into the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem and traveled on to Acre, where he chose again a Genoese ship for his homeward journey in 1185. It was in the last decades of the 12th century that Saladin, the Kurdish Sultan of Egypt and Damascus, had taken Aleppo from Imad al-Din Zengi, and from the 1180s onwards had increasingly turned his hostile attention to the Crusader states. Particularly apparent in Ibn Jubayr's narrative is his admiration for Saladin, the great Sultan and war leader against the infidels in Syria. Not only does he admire Saladin for his conduct of the jihad, but he also praises him for his abolition of the tax on pilgrims. Another of the generous deeds of this Sultan close to God Most High and of the memorials he has left in happy remembrance of him, both in religion and in the world, was his annulling of the customs duty imposed as a tax on pilgrims during the Ubaidin dynasty, writes Ibn Jubayr. The pilgrims had suffered distress from its harsh exactment and were much wasted by it and felt wronged by this humbling and crushing device. At times there came some who had with them no more than the bare cost of the journey, or had not even this provision, but they were compelled to pay the fixed tax. Those who could not suffered the most painful punishment. Among the various inflictions devised was hanging by the testicles or such foul acts. But this sultan, he says, abolished the accursed imposed and to fill its place provided food and other things, since the dues in question had been taken in the name of provisions for Mecca and Medina. Thus did he make a most happy reform, lightening the way of the pilgrim who had been abandoned with no one he could turn to. God, at the hands of this just sultan, was sufficient to deliver the Muslims from grievous case and the most painful state. Thanks should follow to him from all who believe that the pilgrimage to the sacred mosque in Mecca is one of the five fundamental pillars of Islam. Until his name shall be spread through all lands and in all countries and regions, prayers should be offered up for him. In his account of his arrival in Alexandria in the spring of 1183, Ibn Jubayr speaks of the mistreatment of the Muslim passengers on the ship he was on, as after a thorough search of the luggage and supplies they were carrying, they were forced to pay zakat without being questioned, as Ibn Jubayr says, as to what had been possessed by them for the whole year and what had not. All their goods, great and small, were searched and confusedly thrown together. During all this, because of the confusion of hands and the excessive throng, many possessions disappeared. After this scene of abasement and shame, for which we pray God, says Ibn Jubayr, to recompense us amply, the pilgrims were allowed to go. His undivided confidence in Saladin's justice dictated that Ibn Jubayr report that these were tactics of which the Sultan was unaware. They were his officers' initiatives. If he heard of it, meaning Saladin, he writes, from what is related of his justice and leanings to pity, he would end it. This would protect the honor of the just Sultan, whose justice fills the land and whose fame has spread through the many countries. Saladin, moreover, abolished a tax imposed for drinking the water of the Nile, says Ibn Jubayr, bringing thus justice and ensuring security. The fact that he opposed to the forcible removal of taxes and goods from pilgrims and merchants made Saladin the sole agent of justice in Maghreb lands. On the occasion of his visit to the monuments of Cairo, whose magnificence admires, he writes, "The Sultan of these lands, Saladin, bounteously pays all for this purpose, saying, 'Be lavish in splendor and elegance, ours it will be to provide all.'" In Alexandria, Ibn Jubayr includes in Saladin's effort to take an interest in all the affairs of the Muslims the establishment of inns, colleges, baths, hospitals, bridges for the movement of troops in case of floods, and the distribution of bread to travelers from zakat's revenues. All these matters, he writes, the Sultan oversees examining and questioning and demanding the greatest care and attention to them. There is no congregational or ordinary mosque, no mausoleum built over a grave, nor hospital, nor theological college, where the bounty of the Sultan does not extend to all who seek shelter or live in them. He is helped in this by grants from the public treasury, writes Ibn Jubayr. What Saladin never failed to do was to inspect the implementation of his measures and his officers' behavior. On the other hand, Usama ibn Munkid, the warrior and hunter whose life was also devoted to letters, enjoyed Saladin's esteem, who appointed him governor of Beirut. Usama was born in 1095 in the city of Shaizar in northern Syria on the Orontes River, and his father was one of the Munkidid emirs of the castle. Hardened and nurtured in an environment in which the chivalric ideal flourished, Usama, with his passion for adventure, adaptability, and versatile personality, grew up in a robust military environment. The area around his city was crawling with lions, panthers, hyenas, and other wild animals, and he witnessed clashes with the Franks, the Ismailites, Batinids, and other Arabs. When he was forced to leave his city in 1138, he wandered around the capitals of the Muslim world, Damascus, Jerusalem, Cairo, and Mecca, and did not stop moving until he was 80 years old. At some point, he settled in Damascus under the Saladin's aegis and enjoyed his benevolence. At the end of his life, during periods of disfavor, Usama wrote most of his works. The best known of these, Kitab al-Itibar, containing his reminiscences, was written in Damascus when Usama was 90 years old. It records events he witnessed, such as the clashes with the Franks and the Byzantines who attacked Shaizar, the conflicts between the opposing factions of the Fatimid court in Egypt, where he remained during the period 1144 to 1154, his collaboration with Nur al-Din, Emir of Aleppo and Damascus, during his second stay in Damascus, 1154 to 1164, adventures with lions and other wild animals. Usama captures vivid, horrifying images that highlight the ferocity of the conflicts, but also their intensely bloody nature. He records in detail conspiracies, duels, mortal and non-mortal injuries, massacres, beheadings, murders, torture, mutilations, imprisonment, unexpected cures and rescues, the danger of the roads connecting the Syrian castles, while praising his own and his relatives' bravery, his tactics in war, his piety, his charity, his senses of justice in the midst of marches between the capitals of the Muslim world. At the end of the work, Usama sums up its exemplary character by pointing out that his survival after so many hardships, dangers, injuries, and dangerous encounters with enemies and lions can serve as proof that death is not hastened when one exposes oneself to danger, but neither is it slowed down by excessive caution. The man to whom he finally addresses his uncontested praise is the Sultan Saladin, whose benevolent personality stands in stark contrast to the ghoulish and permanently exposed to the threat of death world of the Near East in the second half of the 12th century. Saladin, who in 1174 installed Usama in Damascus, making him his most trusted advisor, is projected as the one who ensures the unity of the faith, the extermination of infidels, and the upholder of the lover of justice and goodness. After the exhaustive description of a violent, cruel, hideous world for the protagonists of which death lurks at every moment, Saladin's figure is comforting, since, as Usama says, he is the mercy by which Allah has brought relief to the people and by the blessings of which he has renovated the whole land. The Sultan who resuscitated the tradition of the Orthodox caliphs and reinstalled the pillar of the state and of faith. The source whose water is not exhausted by the great number of drinkers, the bountiful one whose bounty does not cease, no matter how numerous the recipients are. May our nation remain in a flourishing spring season, thanks to his liberality, and in an illumination that disperses the darkness of oppression and withholds the stretched arm of the violent transgressor, thanks to his justice. The status attributed by Ibn Jubayr to Saladin as a regulator of taxation, in a way that does not burden the pilgrims heading to Mecca, but also as an opponent of oppression, who withholds the stretched arm of the violent transgressor, attributed to him by Usama ibn Munkid, are part of a wider context of the concept of justice, as it was bequeathed to the Islamic world after the conquest of Mesopotamia in the context of a process of revision of the ancient Near Eastern heritage. The medieval theory, which centered around the Sultan, was firmly established by the second half of the 11th century, while the theoretical purpose of government remained the formal establishment of the religion of Islam and conditions in which each could fulfill his true destiny. The Sultan had become shadow of God on earth, and a series of Middle Eastern mirrors for rulers of the 11th and 12th centuries portrayed him as directly appointed by God, with justice and knowledge being his main virtues. The oppression of tax collectors was an issue which had been linked to the administration of justice as early as the 9th century, when the jurist Abu Yusuf wrote a legal work for the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Abu Yusuf associated the dispensation of justice with accuracy and fairness in taxation. The collection of custom duties, he writes, should be entrusted to honest and God-fearing officials with clear orders forbidding them to wrong the subjects by collecting from them more than they owe. You should also investigate and control their doings, dismiss and punish wrongdoers, and return to wronged subjects anything unjustly taken from them, but reward those who execute their duties honestly and justly. The punishment of the dishonest and the rewarding of the just collectors helps to discourage injustice and increases honesty. The association of justice and proper taxation continued in the following centuries in the context of Islamic governance. Already the Ghaznavid Sebuktegin, who left a treatise of counsel for his son Mahmud in the 11th century, asserts that the most important aspect of justice was legality in taxation and strict control of extortionate revenue collectors. It is about an ideal which was projected by the advice writers to the rulers throughout the Seljuk period. Kaus ibn Iskandar, in his Kabus Nama, written in 1082, a mirror for princes dedicated to his son, writes in the 11th century, "The sages say that the wellspring of thriving conditions and of gladness in the world is a just king, while the source of desolation and misery is a king who is an oppressor. The prevention of deviation from the correct faith is enlisted among the obligations which, according to the Seljuk vizier Nizam al-Mulk and his mirror, the Book of Government, written about 1080, ensure stability which is disturbed when disorder prevails in religious affairs. According to the text, which is the basic exposition of justice in the Seljuk period, the ruler should have kindness, justice, courage, knowledge, compassion for the people, steadfastness in fulfilling his oaths and promises, obedience to God, respect for the learned, the temperate, the pious, and the judges, whilst he should provide alms and treat the poor well, protecting his subjects from the abuse of his officials. He should moreover supervise the action of the tax collectors, know the revenues and expenditures of the kingdom, and collect wealth for the benefit of the latter and the repulsion of his enemies. The just ruler worked toward prosperity through advancing civilization, such as raising fortifications, building new towns, and erecting lofty buildings and magnificent dwellings. He will have inns built on the highways and schools for those who seek knowledge. Kingship, he states, remains with the unbeliever, but not with injustice. These are views which are largely identical with those of Al-Ghazali in his Nasihat al-Muluk, written for the Seljuk Sultan, where the emphasis on justice is even greater, along with the need to prevent officials and servants from committing tyranny. Ghazali, whose works were also known in Spain, wrote in an era of major changes and decline for the Seljuk Empire. He writes, "The true Sultan is he who practices justice." Ghazali also states that the branch of faith consists of what proceeds from the 7 limbs of just and pious action. The king should understand that he must not be content with personally refraining from injustice, but must discipline his slave troops, servants, and officers, and never tolerate unjust conduct by them. An unjust act by an official, which the Sultan learns of, but passes over in silence, is an unjust act committed by the Sultan himself and will be counted against him as such. To sum up, writes Al-Ghazali, the ruler must act justly towards his subjects and at the same time keep his staff, household, and sons on the path of justice. The anonymous religious scholar who composed the Sea of Precious Virtues for the Ghazi Sultan Nur al-Din in mid-12th century Aleppo included among the 7 qualities that the king should possess the support of faith and religion, the implementation of justice and equity, and the restraint of the wrongdoer from the wronged. He ends up saying, for the root of kingship is the nourishment of faith. Siraj al-Din Urmadi, who spent most of his professional life in Ayyubid Cairo and from 1257 in Seljuk Konya states, the king is king when he has under his control all of his kingdom, and this will be the case when he is informed of the state of affairs of the kingdom and is aware of the condition of the tax collectors, viziers, emirs, and those in charge of local administration in all of his kingdom, and is in no way negligent concerning the state of the subject. Even Kekavmenos, the Byzantine general of the 11th century, stresses in his Strategikon that the emperor must control his close associates and relatives' behavior in the state administration so that he can be sure that they do not commit injustices against his subjects. Otherwise, he will be solely responsible for any injustices they commit. Kekavmenos states repeatedly that justice should be the king's primary quality, whereas he believes that the ruler should not impoverish his subjects with heavy taxation and various tricks to deprive them financially. In the 12th century, according to the Grotta Ferrata version of the anonymous epic poem of the Yenis Akritas, where a mirror for princes is inserted, justice is the weapon with which the emperor can overwhelm all his opponents. According to the Yenis, the emperor's justice consists inter alia of the rescue of the oppressed from the wrongdoers. Saladin's image in both Ibn Jubayr's and Usama ibn Munkid's texts meets the standards of the just ruler contained in the aforementioned Mirrors for Princes. Saladin, who grew up among Seljuk officials, abolished, according to Ibn Jubayr, the taxes that were imposed on pilgrims to Mecca in response to his expected support for the faith and its followers. Although taxing pilgrims was considered illegal by all Muslim jurists, they were also a potential source of income in every area through which they passed, as special taxpayers to rulers, as toll payers to anyone who could control a bridge or a pass or a city wall. And that was a practice to which Saladin wanted to put an end to. By his stance, he also dispelled any concerns raised in the Mirrors for Princes of the period about the extortion of money by tax collectors and local governors. Although Ibn Jubayr's descriptions prove that it was not easy to control the officers' behavior towards the pilgrims, Saladin did everything he could to eliminate their arbitrary behavior if it came to his attention. If he knew about it, meaning the pilgrims' mistreatment by his officers, notes Ibn Jubayr, Saladin would end it, placing thus Saladin among the just rulers because of his care to eliminate his officers' oppression against the pilgrims. Saladin established inns, academies, baths, hospitals, bridges for the movement of troops, but his constant concern was, according to Usama ibn Munkid, to dispel the darkness imposed by the oppression of violent offenders through the light provided by his justice. Usama spent time enjoying the Sultan's virtues and his favor towards him, so he had every reason to praise him. But in the case of Ibn Jubayr, who never met Saladin in person, The fact that Saladin was so keen on the administration of justice in his lands may have played a role in his decision not to return to administration in Spain after his pilgrimage and settle in Egypt. He ended up a teacher of Sufism and Hadiths in Alexandria, a city in which he notes that many Muslims from Northwest Africa had settled. Among the glories of this city, he writes, and owing in truth to the Sultan, other colleges and hostels erected there for students and pious men from the other lands. One of the Sultan's most generous acts was the allotting of 2 loaves daily for each of the Moorish al-Sabil, meaning travelers, whatever their number. And for the daily distribution, writes Ibn Jubayr, Saladin appointed a person he trusted. He was insistent with those in charge of this that when the fixed sums were inadequate, they should draw upon his private purse. According to Ibn Jubayr, travelers' care was obviously a permanent preoccupation and concern in the land of the just Sultan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Panagopoulou, for this really wonderful presentation, and I very much appreciate and being frankly, I didn't know your work, and I'm very much interested in your work. And thank you for transporting us to the time of Crusades and of 12th century, and for these reports on Ibn Zubayr and Usama. You touched many issues, issues of war and mirror of princes. All these issues are very important. I'm sure that we have many questions for your paper. And now we're moving to our third and last speaker, but last but not least, which is Assistant Professor Sara Nur Yildiz from Middle East Technical University, Ankara, Turkey. And the topic of her paper is Rome, the departure of cities. Hamdallah al-Qazvini, if I'm reading it correctly, al-Mustafis died in 1349. Portrayal of Anatolia under Mongol hegemony, and his geographical work, Nuzhat al-Qulub, the heart's delight. Dear Sarah, welcome. Welcome you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Yes.
And the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Can you see my PowerPoint? Is everything there? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it's fine. Okay. Thank you.
All right, yes. Rome, the debaucher of cities. Hamdallah al-Mustawfi's portrayal of Anatolia in the Nuzhat al-Qulub. I'm going to be talking about someone today who is not a traveler to Anatolia. However, he deals with Anatolia in a work of geography or cosmology referred to as Nuzhat al-Qulub, and this work was compiled in late 1340 during a time of great turbulence and chaos, when the Ilkhanate was in the midst of unraveling. In fact, the date traditionally given for the end of the Ilkhanid rule in the region, the broad region of what is known as Greater Iran, and includes Baghdad as well as Anatolia, is 1335. So this is 5 years after the last Ilkhanid ruler had been sitting on the throne. Now, the central concern of this geographical work in this, what I call the immediate post-Ilkhanate period, is of the geography of the region Iran Zamin, the land of Iran, or this concept of Greater Iran, which was first developed during the Sasanian period. and how Iran Zemin fits in the cosmos in his geographical work. And it's a metaphorical title, Nuzhat al-Qulub, and it's been variously translated as either Heart's Delight, the adornment of hearts, the pleasure of hearts, the delight of the mind. And basically, my interpretation of this title is that for our author, Hamdullah al-Mustawfi, Iran Zemin was sort of the heart's delight of the cosmos. And I should mention that when we speak about medieval Islamic geographical works, we in sense have to talk about cosmographies because they are structured in general as a cosmography, with geography being a part of a larger kind of cosmographical work. And well, this work had been translated into English in 1919 by Guy Lestrange, an expert on the Eastern Islamic world and very much interested in geographical conceptions and different works on this. He wrote the geography, work on the geography of the Eastern Caliphate. And so naturally, Nuzhat al-Qulub was of great interest to Guy Lestrange, and he translated into English, but only geographical part, not the rest, not the entire work. But the geographical portion of the work is the bulk of it. And it's been variously described as being important for information on administration, commerce, and other aspects of economic life, what kind of crops were grown, and how taxes were collected. And in particular, there's a lot of reference to the Mongol period and a comparison of the period of the Mongol period of taxes versus earlier periods of Iran. And there's also this a unique map, which is based on a grid system, and we see one copy here, which is something I found. Unfortunately, it is in the hands of a private collector, obviously sold by Christie's. Now, the structure of the Nuzhat al-Qulub as a cosmography is, it consists of a beginning, a Fatiha, which is of 2 parts. And this deals with, this sort of cosmographical general information of this heavenly bodies, the spheres, elements, natural history as we kind of know it in a sense, and its relationship to how the world is ordered. And there also we have a middle section, which is really the most important section, especially in the third part, the geographical part. We do have a brief overview of minerals, plants, and animals, and then a second part which deals with man in a general way, sort of human geography. And then we go to the bulk of the work, which deals with it begins with Mecca, Medina, but really focuses on Iran and includes the neighbors of Iran and the Eastern Western spheres, including China. But the most information is really a focus on Iran or Iran Zemin. And then it ends with a short khatima or conclusion, which deals with the Ajaib al-Mulukat, as we translated wonders of creation, strange and wondrous things. And the source was mainly another author during the Ilkhanid Mongol time, Qazvini, whose work is very well known and illustrated. Anyway, these are the maps that have been, unfortunately, were not included in Lestrange's translation, but I found various manuscripts with them. Most of our manuscripts, we have about 70 manuscripts in sort of, I haven't done a real careful study of all the manuscripts yet, but we have around 70, the bulk of which are in the 17th century and seem to have been copied, if we look at by Ottoman hands. Here's another version of this sort of gridded map with sort of the center, Iran Zamin taking the center. And here's actually an attempt to take the grid and make it into a map which I find extraordinarily confusing, naturally not being a specialist of geography. And we can see that south is always at the top and the north is at the bottom. It's kind of backwards from what we are used to in maps. And here's this beautiful map as well from that was sold by Christie's, the auction house. And also we have things like charts of the location of the Qibla, which is a very important part of an Islamic Kate cosmography. And so when we get to the third Makala, the geographical parts, we see there are 20 babs here, and that means chapters, we could say. And the 7th chapter is the one on Anatolia. Now, this work has been evaluated aside from Lestrange's early work in the early 20th century by Charles Melville, and he has evaluated as being a work which preserves a nostalgic image of the empire, which was collapsing, and a collapsing which directly affected the author in his as a high official. He was a fiscal agent or a tax man, and well, this work has been often used but little studied as you know, a source itself. And I approached looking at this work with the question of what can I learn about Anatolia in the late Mongol period from this work. And frankly, I must say, I couldn't learn much. The section on Anatolia is extraordinarily disappointing. There's very little information as opposed to the rich information found on the regions of Fars and the Iraq Ajam, that's the Persian Iraq, Western Iran. And has a very Iranocentric point of view, even though Anatolia had been a very, an integral part of the Ilkhanate, which is often forgotten due to both Iranocentric views of the period by both modern scholars, but also can be considered a problem of the Iranian bureaucrats who actually produced the literature we read about the Ilkhanate. And I would say that Mustawfi, as a protege of Rashid ad-Din, the famous vizier in the early 14th century, and also as someone who sought and received patronage from Rashid ad-Din's son, Ghiyas ad-Din al-Rashidi, Mustawfi has a particularly Iranocentric point of view, which we will see colors this work. And first of all, we need to show exactly what I mean when I say the Ilkhanate. At this time, during Abu Said's rule, Sultania becomes the main center of the Ilkhanate. Now, Abu Said took the throne when he was just a mere child. He was 12 years old, and he was put on the throne by a kind of a strong man, someone who, from a point of view of certain members of the Mongol ruling family, was a bit of an upstart, who came from a tribal group, the Suldus, which did not have as much prestige as, say, other tribal groups, such as the Oirat or the Jalairid. And Choban functioned as the de facto ruler of the Ilkhanate. Abu Said, like I said, he was just 12 when he took the throne. And Choban also tried to create his own kind of like dispensation or ruling, sort of sub-ruling group, dynastic power through his sons. He was a big threat to particularly the Jalairid supporters of the Ilkhanate, and I'll get to that in a second. Now, we have, according to Melville, a misleading impression of the geopolitical unity of the Ilkhanate in 1340 by Mustawfi, because in 1340, of course, like the Ilkhanate project had basically collapsed, And there were pretenders to the throne who were placed there by competing strongmen, such as the Gelarids and the Chobanids in this time. And this idea that somehow Anatolia was part of this unity is misleading. However, I do believe that we need to see things more from Mustafi's perspective. He still has hope in 1340 that the Ilkhanate will be reconstituted by the Gelarids, who he's a partisan of, okay? So he, like many other Iranian-based bureaucrats, look toward the Gelarids, which is sort of like a tribal group who married directly into the Jenghisid family. And in fact, Abu Said was cousins with this Sheikh Hassan the Great, or Bozorg, who was the leading member of the Jalayirid faction when Abu Said died. And it was the hope that after a 1340 Chobanid victory, the Jalayirids would reconstitute themselves and bring back the Ilkhanate, and the great Ilkhanate as the Iran Zamin, which is portrayed in Mustafi's text. Now, this was a very negative, though it was a text of doom and gloom, as I call it, because it was really a period of absolute chaos. And you know, it's like he even throws in poetry saying that every day, I'm sorry. Anyway, every day that passes make cares of yesterday appear light. Every new year that comes makes the losses of last year seem trivial. This was an apocalyptic time almost. Now, also there's a sense that things were so much better. I'm going to, for reasons of time, I'm going to skip over this, but basically this is saying things were so much better during Ghazan Khan's time. There were much more taxes collected. In the present times, he writes, is probably does not amount to half this sum, for in most of the provinces, usurpation of authority is rampant. So there you are. Like this is the problem. And so when we come to Rum, when I started to read the section, which of course, like I said, didn't have much information that was helpful to me, nevertheless, I was caught by this trope that he begins with, the debaucher. By the way, I should mention that Iran is indeed part of Iran Zemin. And this concept of Iran Zemin, you know, is something that begins in the Ilkhanate period much earlier with people like Bayzavi writing in 1270s, etc., but is a concept which continues into the Ottoman period. And so when Bitlisi writes that when Selim conquered, you know, the eastern parts of Anatolia, it was a conquest of Iran Zemin. Okay, so now this is how it begins with the section on Rum. There are about 60 towns. The climate is cold. This is typical of this kind of a thing. But then here, this is very untypical. The learned of all, that is the ulema in the text, regarded Rum as the mafsaka al-bilad, the debaucher or corrupter of the lands or cities. And then he follows us with a tradition from the Prophet, a hadith, the Qudsi, saying that Rum, the innocent do not enter it. That is, none that is innocent enters it. So here we have like a kind of warning about Rum, like Rum is not a good and safe place. He goes on talking about how and a direct reference to events of the 7th century. The Romans, so the Romans destroyed Jerusalem and carried away captive the inhabitants, and as a result, because God became, you know, enraged by this in his wrath, he made it a habitual situation that Rum was a place where captives and prisoners were carried away. And then I would like to point out that this is an indirect reference to the Surat al-Rum, which is the which from the Quran, which refers to the 7th century Byzantine Persian wars, in which it begins with the Romans have been defeated, yet they were defeated by the Sasanians, obviously, and yet they will triumph within several years. The matter rests with Allah, and on that day, the believers will rejoice. Now, this is a prophecy of the Quran that the Sasanian pagans would be triumphed over by the believing people of the book, the Rumia, okay, who have been translated in English as Romans or Byzantines or Greeks. So the believers, although temporarily defeated by non-believers, will emerge triumphant. And this refers, of course, to this whole Heraclius situation in 614. Jerusalem was captured. So these are like actual events that the Quran supposedly is referring to. And also it is Tabari, for instance, the author of both a Quranic commentary as well as history, refers to as the Battle of Adriat. Now, so here we go on after, discussing how this Byzantine lands, is where, land of captives and prisoners. And he brings it up into modern time, his own times. The writer of this present work further adds that this is even so at the present day. Also, again, by reason for our wicked lives, many captives were borne away from the lands of Iran into Rome. Now, this is a particularly, it refers to actually in 1338, the Jalayirid candidate, sort of after the fall of the Ilkhanate, was imprisoned in 1330, 132, he was imprisoned in the fortress of Kemah, which is right outside of Erzincan, for a year as sort of kind of a political punishment of exile. And there are other cases of such. So that is exactly what he's referring to. So Rum becomes like this play. Also, Rum is the stronghold of the Chobanids, who are the great enemies of the Jalayirids and the bureaucrats who were the partisans of the Jalayirids. So this is coloring, obviously, Mustafi's view of Iran, of Rum, which he refers to as a place of corruption and enslavement. And what's interesting is this, he indirectly referring to the Surat Urum, he reverses the role of the believers and unbelievers as what usually medieval commentators referred to. So in his understanding or reordering of this surah, the Rumis are the unbelievers, that is, those who support the Chobanids, and the Sasanians, the real Iranians, that is of Iran Zamin, are the ones who will then in time triumph over the Rumis. And this, like I said, I go back to this moment of 1340 as he finishes this work, following a defeat of the Jalayirid partisans, his group, the people he's a partisan of, versus the Chobanids, the enemies of the Jalayirids. Now, so here's the context of the text production, to repeat. And this is what Michael Hope, in a recent article this year, has also taken up on the issue of the Chobanid period. And according to Hope, the Chobanids harnessed the resentment felt by the senior Turco-Mongolian leaders to overthrow the Persian bureaucratic class and restore the military rule of the actual Mongol commanders, whereas the Jalayirids, who then later established the Jalayirid Sultanate on the ashes of the Ilkhanate, sought to preserve the social and political order of the Ilkhanate, and they claimed to be the rightful heirs. And so I don't know how much time do I have left. I've hit over 20 minutes. So also what I would like to point out is this: the Chobanids in 1340s, like in conclusion, we have to put this in the context of what is happening with the trade routes. And this is what's actually missing in the literature, and something I would like to further elaborate on, but this is just preliminary work, and due to time constraints, I'm just going to point out a few issues. In 1340s, the Chobanids were not just fighting the Jalayirids, but they were also fighting the Trabzon emperors. And the Chobanids retained their treasury at the very impregnable fortress in the Pontic region, in the lower inner Pontic region, of a fortress known in Ottoman times as Karahisar Sharqi, which is the eastern Karahisar, or in Seljuk and Mongol times it was known as Kogonya, which is a fortress not far from Erzincan along the trade route. And this fortress was held by the Chobanids, and from there, I believe that they set out on expeditions against the Trebizond emperors. They were really basically trying to take control of the trade routes, which had gone from Sinop, Samsun, down to Sivas, and then up through the inner Pontic region, going to Erzincan, Erzurum, Khoy, Tabriz, and then on to Sultania at this time. So we need to see this conflict and the role of Rum as one in which the inner Pontic region, because of the importance of the trade routes, have a role. However, the question that I would like to understand better is why it is that the Chobanids lose the battle and the Jalirids emerge as the successor state to the Ilkhanate. Perhaps it's related to their control of Baghdad at some point. Anyway, I will end at that point and leave, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for your wonderful presentation. You touched many issues, and on your reference on Mustafi's work and all the evolution in Persian, Anatolian, the inclusion of Anatolian Seljuk in the Persian, in the Ilkhanate realm. And I found very interesting the note that the realm begins from Konya. It's very important, all these notes. I'm sure that we have a fruitful discussion now, and thank you very much for your paper.
Thank you.
You always have an excellent paper, and I very much admire your work with Peacock on Seljuk of Anatolia. It's a book of reference for us.
Thank you so much. That's very kind.
It's my pleasure. And now we can invite some questions and posts and notes on Ioli Vingopoulos' presentation and Benjamin Lelou's presentation of the work of Stefanos Gerasimos. Are there any comments, people who knew Stefanos Gerasimos? We try to invite people for this conference who are familiar with these travels in East and West. And in our first session, we had papers on from Varangians to the East border. So if there are not any questions, we are moving to our first speaker, Professor Jakobson on the Varangians in Byzantium. And his very interesting paper. So I saw that there were some chats with Professor Ulyanov on Rus and Varangians. So are there any comments? Are there any questions for the first paper or the first speaker? I hope that in collaboration with the Norwegian Institute of yes, please, Jean-Michel Sour.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello from Bologna. I would like to ask Professor Jakobson if there was any, I would say in quotation like this, traffic of relics from the all this travel to return and take relics with them from the holy place of a visit of Constantinople, to have relics that move by the Danish or not? Or is there any evidence of this?
Well, they were certainly very interested in relics, because in geographical description, we have descriptions on where the relics were situated. There were also individual relics. What I can think of that is connected particularly to these 12th century travels is the sword called Mailbiter, which came to Iceland in the late 12th century and was supposedly brought from Constantinople. And this sword is so popular that in the early 13th century, a young chieftain goes to a farm and steals it. And there are skirmishes with it. He was one of the greatest chieftains of Iceland, Sturla Sigurðsson. Later on, after he's killed, one of his main adversaries apparently is in possession of the sword. So it's clear it's some kind of a relic, but it's a secular relic. It sort of symbolizes, because it's connected with the emperor in Constantinople. That's why it's very valuable. Probably it was also a very magnificent sword, but I think it's the symbolic connection with Constantinople that's important, and there's a reason why a chieftain, for example, takes it from a farmer, and why another chieftain responsible for his death also gains possession of the sword. So this is an example we can find in narrative sources of the importance of such secular relics. There are not many reports of religious relics coming all the way to Norway or Iceland, but they certainly knew of them and they were impressed by them.
But this sword is where now? Is it?
It's disappeared. No, we don't know. It only appears in narrative sources. We don't know. It's last heard of in the middle of the 13th century in the possession of Gissur Þorvaldsson, who later became Earl of Iceland. But it's clearly, what you can say is it's important for the most powerful people in Iceland to have such a trophy from Byzantium.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may ask you, Professor Jakobsson, having in mind the work of Krine Kigar on Western travelers to Constantinople.
Yes, very important work.
Very important work and very interesting reports on the 12th century English descriptions of Constantinople and servers. They were distributed to these travelers who wanted to go to the Holy Land and in the East in general. Did the description or sagas, I don't know what term to use, serve as a model for this description of English or let's say British travelers?
Well, I think in the King's Saga Morkinskinna from the early 20th, actually a description of Constantinople, which I suspect is based on oral informants from the actual time of composition. It pertains to the journey of Sigurd Jorsalafar, but it may not have been written down at the time and preserved. It might also have been composed around in the early 13th century by people who had been to Constantinople, because we know there was a lot of traffic. So that's an example that such a description is included in the narrative, of a King's Saga, describing the Morkinskinna is later than the source I cited, Ágrip, so it's mostly just based on that. It doesn't really add any important facts or reliable facts to the narrative, but it's clearly that it's composed by somebody who has heard from people who have been actually in Constantinople. So that's a type of description that we can find in a narrative source. There are also more general description in sort of geographical texts. And in the text that I mentioned, Leiðarvísir from the 12th century, there is a description of relics in Constantinople, for example.
Yes. we know also that as Vikings are Varangians are qualified also English, men of English
yes.
origin. So that's why I asked you this. Possibly some, but the distinction is not always clear whether they are Norwegian or English.
Yeah, I mean, in Roman sources, Byzantine sources, Varangians can easily be Anglo-Saxons as well as Old Norse people. But in the Old Norse sagas, they are only Scandinavians. They did not use this term for the English Varangians.
Yes, it's
although there is this saga of Edward the Confessor that speaks of an English settlement in the Roman Empire by the Black Sea, which many scholars have been interested in, and it's kind of there appears the idea that after the Norman conquest, Anglo-Saxons would migrate to the East Roman Empire, which may have some truth in it, actually.
Yes, thank you. Are there any more questions for Professor Sverrir Jakobsson for Varangians? No. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yes.
For the next paper by Professor Panagopoulou on these special reports of on Saladin and the legendary person in Islam and in this turbulent period of the Crusades. Are there any questions for this very interesting paper? The mirror of princes, all the issues, the government and so on that you touched. Professor Panagopoulou, are you
Yes.
with us? Would you like to make any further comments? Some things that you omitted because of the time. Would you like to give us some more details on your presentation?
Yes, of course. The thing that I would like to know is about this concept of justice that we find in all these mirrors for princes, and the fact and the very interesting matter is that it is a concept regarding government and the way the subjects are treated. And it is a concept that we find also, as I mentioned in my paper, in Byzantine mirrors for princes, and earlier also in the 8th century during the reign in Byzantium, during the reign of Leon III. And is a concept that survives all these changes in this vast area of the Middle East. And as I said, it survives during the Seljuk period and after the collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate and all the successors, the monarchs that ruled all this vast area. It is a concept which comes from the Sasanian period, and combined with Hellenistic and with Hellenistic notions and concepts, survives until the Seljuk period and the Ayyubid period, the period of Saladin, who, as I mentioned, was brought up amongst the Seljuk officials. I think this is the very interesting thing. And as I said, some of these mirrors of princes were known to Spain, from where Ibn Jubayr came, who was a man of administration in Spain. So Ibn Jubayr, as a traveler, got to know the justice spread by Saladin in Egypt as he traveled, but also Saladin reigned in the second half of the 12th century in a region where this kind of justice existed, because also the man next to whom Saladin flourished was Nur al-Din in Damascus, whose also biographer notes of his justice. Nur al-Din's, the Zeghind ruler of Damascus, of Syria in general, in the 12th century. So we see this continuation of this concept.
Yes, that's very interesting. And from the point of view of the art, I believe that possibly the introduction of the motif of the ascension of Alexander the Great, who is represented as Byzantine emperor, and we have some other parallels in from the Muslim world, the ascension of a prince from an eagle. The evolution of such an iconography has some parallels, and thank you very much. And I would have invited Sarah Nur Yildiz to ask you some questions, but she already raised her hand. So, Sarah, please. We cannot hear you, Sarah.
Silly me, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I just wanted to add that this Hellenistic idea, that goes back, well, is something also we see in the Sasanian period. I mean, we refer to this in our field generally as the circle of justice, and it goes all the way into Ottoman, texts of various discussions of bribery, etc. The circle of justice is something that I think all agrarian empires, and especially precarious, sort of like agrarian areas, as Hodgson refers to Iran and other places, places which needed irrigation in particular, relied on, this sense of, enough produce in order to feed not just the peasantry in order for them to keep producing, but also to feed the army, which protects the ruler, which then protects the ruler from other, competitors. And so with the strong army, they stay in power. But once the ruler starts being unjust, first, the production is destroyed because of injustice towards the common people. It's just this ongoing circle. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to just sort of add the Sasanian end to this. But thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Professor Panagopoulos' paper? There are very special issues. We try to bring these issues in our conferences, the contact between the East and West, and all these conceptions, which are very, let's say, unfamiliar to Byzantine studies and Mediterranean studies. So there are new fields which should be approached and integrated within the repertoire of research, and find these scholars who have already a collaboration with many of our invited scholars to this conference. And I hope in the future we'll have more discussions, and the proceedings will show the way to new trends of research. So thank you very much all. And for the last paper of Professor Yildiz, Sarah Nur Yildiz, on this evolution in early 14th century, and this Mustafi's work, find very important this paper. And in last week's talk of Professor Yildiz, she touched the issues like the collapse of the Mongol rule in Anatolia, and the fate of Kishlaks, and how Mongol warriors were integrated within the Anatolian context. I found very much important all these issues that we never knew before. And are there any questions for this paper? It's a very specialized paper, but I don't know whether you want to add something to this, Sarah, to your paper, some notes as Professor Panagopoulou did.
Well,
In order to explain all this in a short.
right. For the more Byzantine crowd, I would like to maybe point out that one that I would like repeat what I said at my conclusion is that since there's such an Irano-centric perspective in looking at the Ilkhanate, and it's something that's reinforced by the sources themselves, because it's the bureaucrats who are very Irano-centric writing the history, not the rank and file of the Mongols or even their commanders. So we have this very one-sided view. But one thing that's really missing is what is happening with Trebizond. And now Rustam Shukurov is the one Byzantinist, who of course works with Persian and Arabic sources as well as Greek ones, who's really dealt with the 14th century Trebizond Empire. But Choban, our strong man, who is the enemy of someone like Mustawfi and threatens the Jalayirid order, is very much invested in controlling the trade routes, in which Trebizond is a very important place. Now, one thing I would like to add as well, because I've been working on the economic and trade, the history of trade of the Inner Pontic region, looking at Erzincan in particular, and largely Armenian city, under Seljuk and then Mongol rule, and it becomes a very important nexus on the trade route, both coming from Ayas in Cilicia up to Erzincan and going to Trabzon, to Tabriz to the east, which is the major emporium of the time, as well as going up to Trebizond. And Trebizond is very important in the trade as well. But one thing about the fortress that Choban controls, his descendants control, his grandson, who is the main actor, is this Karahisar Sharki, which today is known in Turkey as Shebinkara Hisar, which is a place where the alum trade was extremely important. We know from early 14th century Italian traders, in particular Pegolotti, that the best, purest kind of alum, which is very important in fixing the dyes, especially the color red, in textiles. This is where it was mined and transported to either Giresun, nearby Trabzon, or Trabzon itself. And the Genoese controlled this trade up until the 14th century, when things collapsed in the mid-14th century. And I would just like to add, without the pure grade of alum coming from Shebinkarahisar or this Kogonya, maybe the Italian textile industry, which relied on this on alum for its textile industry in Flanders, it would not have been so flourishing and profitable. So we need to start seeing these sort of local micro events within the larger economic global history, and that's what I'm kind of trying to work on as well. I'm sorry I spoke so much, but no. I know nobody is such an expert on the Mongol period here. But thank you.
Thank you very much, and so thank you for touching this issue on the Silk Route trade and network, because possibly the next conference, which will be organized here, will be on Silk Route. So I would like very much to invite people speaking about this northern, this route passing from Tabriz, Trebizond, Constantinople, and all this network to the west. And it's very important to trace all this, invite people to speak on trade and issues, and Bursa, the role of Bursa in silk trade, and all these issues. It's very important. So how economic issues were above all. Thank you very much for this very fruitful session. Your very interesting papers, and I'm sure that we have had more time. We would have discussed more things. Thank you all, and we'll be back in around 12 or 12:10 with our next session 20. 12:20. The second session, Traverse to the East, the first part. And the chair will be our dear friend, Dr. Hassan Serjan Salam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angeliki. We'll stay in contact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Serdan, are you here? İlgül, can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you? Merhaba.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Where is my cam? Yes. Yeah.
Nice to see you again.
Oh my God.
Even via Zoom.
I'm reading the Istituto Hellenico, so I couldn't. Excuse me.
No, nell'istituto in Venice.
I'm sorry. I'm at the faculty, by the way, and I'm working. By the way, thanks for this precious organization. I hope you are fine and everybody fine.
You too. And you continue your work.
Welcome. Yes, we are here. We are listening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Welcome, Pascal.
See you in a while. Okay. Thea, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm listening also. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. And you know the volume of the proceedings. You saw the contents. It's
yes,
on the way of
perfect
publication. It's larger now and in
okay.
Other topics.
Okay. And when do you think it's going to be published?
It is planned toward the end of 24, since the new invited persons needed to have some more time to write their essays. So it would be more rich, and it would be published by the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, because we didn't find the whole sum to publish it. So then I proposed this volume, and then we invited other people to get more rich. It will be published in 2 or 3 volumes. We don't know.
Also, it's going to be huge.
It is going to be huge, since we have at least 60 papers, as you saw. And yes.
Okay, because next year I'm considering to begin with my PhD. That is why I need that paper.
In any case, we'll give you certification for publication.
Yes, you told me.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. When I will need it, I will write to you.
Yes, fine.
Okay.
Good
perfect.
To see you again. Okay.
Yes.
Serdan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Merhaba.
Merhaba.
How are you doing?
How are you? I'm fine. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. And could you be the chair of the next session?
Of course, I saw it. No problem.
Okay. So, if you don't mind, could begin. I will introduce you, and then you will start the session.
Of course.
Now we're moving to our second session. It is entitled Travels to the East, the first part. And the chair of the session is Dr. Hasan Serdan Salam, which he works in the CNRS, National Institute of Research, a French institution. And currently, where are you working exactly?
It's my position is finished in CNRS very recently, and I will be starting from the new year. I'll be at Koç University Byzantine Studies Center, Gabon.
Congratulations! Then I wish you a fruitful career. And then you can begin. The floor is yours.
Of course, thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, of course.
Perfect.
In a bigger scale, can you?
Of course. Yes.
Okay, fine.
And thank you for the kind introduction. And it's a pleasure for me to be here, and especially for this meaningful occasion dedicated to the memory of Professor Stefanos Gerasimos. And also thanks for the kind invitation. And today I'm going to present my research entitled Urban Landscape of Adramytteon in Burhaniye, Turkey, in medieval itineraries, trade registries, and portolans, with a particular focus on the 12th and 13th centuries. And Adramytteon is located at the bottom of the modern Gulf of Edremit, opposite Lesbos, which derived its name from the ancient city itself. However, the city falls to the Ören neighborhood of Burhaniye by the Aegean Sea, not the namesake town of Edremit, slightly inland from the coast, because there has been a tradition of matching the ancient Adramytteon with modern Edremit, starting from Wilhelm Tomaszek in the late 19th century until some modern scholars as well, most recently, but all the material evidence is against this hypothesis, which is rather superficial and formalized without on-site findings, but misinterpretation of vague historical accounts. The ancient city was first discovered by Georgios Earinos in 1876 as a short note, and the first archaeological survey was then conducted by Heinrich Kiepert in 1888. So I'm gonna speak about the city and its surroundings concerning the travelers and their notes, and its correspondence with the modern road system, which is still in use today. And Adramytteon was abandoned in the beginning of the 14th century when Turkish settlements like Burhaniye, then Kemer Edremit, and Edremit proper started to appear along the plain, and its building materials were reused mostly in Burhaniye throughout centuries, or 4 kilometers east of it. And the site of the ancient city remained as a ruin and was used for agricultural purposes until the 1950s, when modern Ören neighborhood was founded as a typical holiday resort. And during the construction works, remnants of Adramytteon were largely damaged and almost entirely leveled by heavy machinery for the houses that I was born in one of them as well. And archaeological excavations started in the 2000s with a small site and at a quite limited extent by Sakarya University, led by Tülin Çoruklu, and mostly concentrated on small findings, which stopped in 2006. And for more than a decade, a second scientific team continued the excavations there, led by Murat Özgen from Mimar Sinan Fine Arts University, Department of Archaeology, where I'm a team member with a focus on the late Byzantine period and historical topography of the region. On those aerial images, you see the green and hilly site of the ancient city from the south and north, respectively. And Adramytteon is mostly situated on a coastal ridge from the north to the south, as you can see on the topographic plans, with 4 peaks, which are quite distinctive, where the northern one, called Bergaz Hill, was the place of the oldest settlement starting from the Neolithic age. Then it expanded southwards and occupied the entire hillside by the Archaic period, and our paleogeography studies show that the site was formerly a peninsula with northern and southern bays, where both of them were silted up in time due to alluvial deposits of river Eunos, today Avran, and river Olios, today Karınca, that the former peninsular coastline was slightly shifted to in the meantime. And by the 12th, 13th centuries, Adramytteon was shrunk to the southern portion of the ridge, which has the largest and also the highest Ören hill. And when compared to its total aerial surface of 47 hectares during all historical periods that we were able to identify through more than 90 temporary soundings, it diminished to roughly 10 hectares from 47 to 10 at that time, which could house approximately 8,000 people. And the ancient harbor from the 1st century AD continued to be used in the north, where you can see on the plan, and there was an extramural area mostly with a makeshift storehouses and workshops, where formerly a bathhouse complex from the 2nd century AD was located. And the city was surrounded by defensive walls by the early 12th century as a part of the reconstruction by Eumatios Philocales, following the destruction of Chakave, in the late 11th century, according to Anna Komnene. And we were able to identify a much larger commercial warehouse, a residential area with water infrastructure, and 2 churches as our main excavation sites in the Middle and Late Byzantine context, showed with dashed lines as the walled area of the city at that time. And the first of those churches was actually discovered by the predecessor scientific team during the early 2000s, but its excavation was unfinished and it eventually remained as an anonymous building with an unspecified date and architecture. And starting from 2017, we continued the excavations for further details of this monument, and our findings demonstrate that it was a domed church with a cross in square plan that can also be interpreted as ciborium. And this architectural layout, rich glazed ceramics directly from the bedrock level, and the typical cloisonné masonry indicate that the church belongs to the 2nd half of the 12th century onwards. And 50 meters north of it, we discovered an earlier church with a basilica plan and built during the 7th century on top of a Roman public area. It needed to be reconstructed above its foundation around the 11th century, probably after an earthquake, where the apse remained mostly intact, but lateral facades were rebuilt with small niches, giving the appearance of a tricon layout, as you can see on the aerial image. And then in the 13th century, probably when the new church in the south was constructed, which I just described, it was diminished through a smaller apse towards its northern 2/3 and repurposed as a cemetery chapel used for intense burials. And the religious concentration and continuity on this intramural site in the Middle Late Byzantine context, and which is also topographically the highest spot in the region, shows that it was seemingly the religious center of the Middle Late Byzantine Adramytteon, which was a bishopric under Ephesus. And this is the residential area, another excavation site of us, where a late antique site marked with green tones was entirely razed to the ground until bedrock, like the rest of the intramural site during the reconstruction of the early 12th century by Eumatios Philocales. And then it's surrounded with fortifications marked with light blue towards north, the thick defensive walls. And afterwards, a water infrastructure was installed marked with purple, followed by residences and stores that were continuously occupied, repaired, and extended until the 14th century, marked with yellow and red tones. And coming to the travelers and visitors to the area and this circulation, first of all, Anna Komnene states that in 1112, Alexios I Komnenos prepared an army in Chersonesos, today Gallipoli Peninsula, which passed the Dardanelles to Abydos and followed the Scamander River, today Karamenderes, to reach Adramytteon through Assos, the land route marked with red in the north on the plan. And in 1147, according to the testimony of Eudos de Deuil, the French crusaders reached Adramytteon from Achiros, modern Balıkesir, through the inland road, which marked with red towards the east this time. And in 1205, during the Latin invasion, Nikitas Konyates, Geoffroy de Villardon, and Robert de Clary state that Henry I passed Dardanelles through Abydos once again, united with the Armenians of Troy, and moved south, occupied the Mount Ida, and through mountain crags reached Adramytteon from the north once again, which was mentioned as a walled and wealthy city next to the coast. And for the Synod of 1284, concerning the Arsenate and Josephite schism, according to Georgios Pachymeres, and also the letters of Patriarch Gregorios II, who attended to this synod and shared it as well, the Patriarch himself sailed to Abydos, landed there, and continued to Adramyttion on horseback, like his predecessors. However, the emperor himself, Emperor Andronicus, and his retinue sailed directly to Adramyttion through Dardanelles and the Gulf of Edremit, while the sea route marked with blue on the map. And the account of Pachymeres about a Seljuk prince called Melek Masur, dated 1291-93, indicates that he too, together with a Byzantine guide called Abrampax, used the land route between Abydos and Adramyttion through Assos, where he changed his mind, the Seljuk prince, and escaped. And during the Turkish onslaught in the beginning of the 14th century, the Byzantine refugees retreated from Hilyara to Pergamon and then to Adramyttion in 1302 through the coastal route, this time marked with red in the south. And they continued until Abydos once again, and even until Lampsakos to cross the safer Thrace through Dardanelles. And afterwards, the defeated Michael IX, together with his army, followed exactly the same route when retreating from Magnesia Spilos to Adramyttion through Pergamon once again, but afterwards he moved northeast to Kyzikos, like the French Crusaders, towards inland, and this coastal road was also used by the Catalan company in 1304 to retreat to Thrace once again, according to Ramon Muntaner. And the route between Pergamon and Adramyttion was also mentioned by Ducas in 1402 in the context of Timur's invasion, but we'll talk about it again. And all the mentioned land routes actually correspond to the modern highway system that is still in use today between Çanakkale and Burhaniye and Edremit and Bergamo, and also Balıkesir. And the maritime position of Adramyttion is also encountered on portolans, starting from Kart Pisan, dated circa 1270, where the city was marked red as an important harbor city when compared to other coastal places marked black, and with the name of Landremite with a slightly Latinized form. And in a textual portolan dated circa 1275, Adramyttion appears in the bottom of the Gulf after Cape St. Mary, Santa Maria, today Bababurnu, and Monte Auro, namely Mahramion, as the later name of Assos, mentioned by Ducas. And at that time, Mahramion has a castle and harbor for small ships, and when continued 40 miles to the east-southeast from Santa Maria, Bababurnu, Adramyttion is reached, which is a city with a good harbor that has its entrance toward south. And this description perfectly corresponds to the ancient harbor from the 1st century that is visible today, and I introduced briefly. And moreover, it has been also said as a warning that the southeastern part of the city has shoals that are both visible and invisible on the sea surface, mentioning the alluvial deposits of the river Olyos in the south, today river Karınca, also perceivable today. And afterwards, the maritime road continues to the Ayvalık Islands, 20 miles away, and were mentioned as Santa Anania after Saint Ananias of Damascus. And we encounter with Adramyttion also in Italian archival documents, for example, Florence. And according to this document dated 1245, mentioning an incident 5 years before in 1240, Gregorio of San Gimignano, according to the testimony of 2 Pisan merchants, died in Adramyttion and was buried near the church of Aios Iacobos. And he appears to be a noble and wealthy merchant, and those descriptions probably correspond to our later church and the nearby funerary chapel in the city center, as I described concerning our excavations. And the Church of Adramyttion was also mentioned by a Byzantine patriarchal document dated 1315, anonymously and retrospectively for 1293, concerning another incident. So the settlement seemingly had one main church at that time in the intramural area. We also see 4 registries in the Genovese archives about merchants who visited Adramyttion and traded silk, fish, textiles, and wine. And the commercial neighborhood with magazines called Sufiaria in Adramyttion was probably the extramural neighborhood until the harbor, starting from the city walls. And the mentioned merchants appear as Giovanni Vezzoli, Pietro de Andoria, Tommaso di Dio, and Simone de Castiglione. And the documents are compensation requests from the emperor, since the Genoese merchants in question were damaged by Greeks in Adramyttion, such as Ioannis Sklavos, Georgios Matricherios, Skropolos of Pera, and Nikolaos Stylianos. And finally, in modern Edremit, the oldest monument appears as the Kurşunlu Mosque, Kurşunlu Cami, architecturally dated to the Karasid or early Ottoman periods. And the oldest tombstone next to its cemetery section is dated February-March 1301 and gives the name of Mevlana Yusuf Sinan of Kadi Habib of Akib. And Ottoman registries of the 15th, 16th centuries mention him as the founder of the mosque, and also a madrasa next to it, where some shops were endowed to provide income. And we know from Patriarch Gregorius II and also Georgios Pachymeres that Adramyttion had a plague epidemic in 1284, and also a famine, where another famine in 1304, during the time of the Byzantine retreat gradually in front of the Turkish attacks. And all those correspond to each other and explain the end of Adramyttion, its abandonment in the beginning of the 14th century, according to the archaeological evidence on the coast, and the beginning of a new era, namely the Turkish Edremit in the inland, in the beginning of the 14th century. In this case, the account of Dukas about an Adramyttion in the context of the Timurid invasion in the beginning of the 15th century, together with Assos and Pergamon once again in the area, probably addressed the Turkish settlement today known as Edremit. Thank you very much. So since I'm the chair of this session, I will continue with our second speaker, and we'll have the questions and discussions in the end with Ioanna Kukuni. And Dr. Ioanna Kukuni is a Byzantinist and independent scholar from Athens, and I'm happy to see her here together with us. And her paper is entitled Syriac of Ancona, Buondelmonti, Columbus, 3 Italian travelers on Genovese Chios. So Ioanna, the floor is yours if you're ready and with us.
Thank you very much indeed, dear Serjan. It's a pleasure to meet you again, even though virtually. Please tell me if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, but
and
no presentation.
Secondly, if you can see the PowerPoint.
Not yet, but we are waiting.
Not yet. Please bear with me for a second.
Sure, no worries.
Can you see it now?
Now it's coming.
Good.
Yes, now we see your desktop.
Excellent. Just a minute then. Let me go to the first one.
Yes.
Is it full screen or not?
Yes, it's full screen and it's perfectly visible.
Excellent. So thank you very much indeed. People, always traveled. Merchants, pilgrims, warriors, pirates, mercenaries, sailors, diplomats, artisans, artists. Some of the identities of the medieval travelers. The Italian peninsula has been pivotal in boosting movement and travel to the east, especially to the Holy Land and to the islands of the archipelago, the focus of the commercial interests of its major maritime republics. Italy of the Quattrocento is the center of immense inventions, accomplishments, and rediscoveries in sciences, letters, arts, and by and large, the cultural sphere. There are three personalities whose impact on the European culture and values was fundamental. Ciriaco of Ancona, Cristoforo Buondelmontius, and Cristoforo Colombo. Cyriac and Buondelmonti rank among the cream of the Renaissance humanists, while Columbus figures in the highest rank of explorers, having been dubbed the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. All three traveled to Chios, the hub of the Genoese commercial interests in the Eastern Mediterranean. All three visited Chios at a time when the island took pride as being a miniature counterpart of the commercial Republic of Genoa. Let us begin with Ciriaco of Ancona. Ciriaco di Pizzicoli, merchant, accountant, politician, traveler, probably one of the youngest, as he began traveling at the age of 9. Antiquarian, spy, in other words, the epitome of the Renaissance ideal of the Homo Universalis. Ciriaco di Filippo di Pizzicoli of Ancona has been called the father of archaeology, as he was a pioneer in recording ancient sites and inscriptions, collecting antiquities and manuscripts. I won't mention anything more for Cyriac, for it is the topic discussed by our next speaker, if I'm not mistaken, just to say that in reference to the antiquities and the archaeological research on Chios, he is indeed the pioneer. I shall focus on his affinity to Chios, which he visited frequently, and I can tell Chios at that time was already a Genoese commercial establishment, hub of the Maona dei Giustiniani. Cyriac became friends with one of the Maonese lords of the islands, the noble Andreolo Giustiniani, native of Chios. Andreolo epitomizes also the ideal of Homo Universalis on Chiod soil. He was a keen antiquarian, humanist, intellectual of the Italian Renaissance, and collector of one of the most substantial libraries. During a sojourn of 5 years in the Levant, Cyriac translates and annotates ancient writers in order to keep himself busy, and along with his friend Andreolo, he locates, sketches, and collects a number of Greek and Roman antiquities and inscriptions. He gives us also a first-hand testimony on geographical and navigation information. In one instance, departing from the port of Chios to Gallipoli, strong northerly winds compelled the vessel to find shelter at the port of Cardamila, a settlement situated in the northeast of the island. There, awaiting favorable wind to blow, Cyriac translate. Excuse me. Somebody has to mute their microphone.
You mentioned baggage, and look, you know, it's the vein of many travelers, right? I mean, last year, lost luggage, I'm looking at the numbers here,
just a moment.
high in terms of delayed and also damaged luggage. What In specific, to do with London, what's been done to improve that stuff?
Okay, you can speak.
Yeah, I need to.
Sorry for
go.
this inconvenience. Okay, Joanna.
Okay, I can go full screen again. Can you see the full screen again?
Yes.
All right. Syriac gives us also a first-hand testimony on geographical and navigation information. In one instance, departing from the port of Chios to Gallipoli, strong northerly winds compelled the vessel to find shelter at the port of Kardamila, the settlement situated in the northeast of the island. There, awaiting favorable wind to blow, Syriac translated the life of Euripides, which he sent to Andreolo as soon as the vessel would set sail to Tenedos and Gallipoli. In another instance, Syriac visited Smyrna and the alum mines of the two Phokias on the opposite coast, where he met the lord of the latter cities, Federico Giustiniani, lord of Phocia and Andreolo's father-in-law. With his help, he bought golden coins of Philip II, Alexander the Great, and Lysimachos. Cristoforo Buondelmonti. Cristoforo was a Franciscan priest born in Florence, the heart of the Italian Renaissance, where it all began. His family was of noble origin. Therefore, Cristoforo received education from influential humanist personalities of his time. He traveled to the Aegean in order to collect manuscripts, but also to map the Aegean. It is certain that he visited Chios, the description of which he includes in his book entitled Liber Insularum Archipelagi. He provides reliable and first-hand information. We owe him, apart from sailing directions, the first documented description of the physical geography of the island, the geographical division in reference to its geological structure, drainage, and vegetation, but most of all, we owe him the oldest surviving map of Chios, which he toured from north to south and from east to west. Thanks to him, we can identify places, settlements, monuments, sites, trace place names. In other words, we have a first-hand tool for the study of landscape archaeology and the historical topography of the island. Christopher Columbus, or Admiral of the Ocean Sea, from Ancona to Florence and thence to Genoa. The third traveler to be discussed is a Genoese. As he writes in his testament, Christopher Columbus visited Chios between 1474 and 1475, as is inferred in one of his writings. In a letter of 1492, addressed to the Spanish crown, Columbus mentions that the lentisk tree, producing the aromatic mastic, grows only on Chios and is impossible to find that plant in any other part of the world. He has knowledge of the time period of the crop and collection of the mastic, and mentions that the revenue is worth 50,000 ducats, because the nobility of the island sets a high price. There is not explicit and specific information, though, of the explorer's visit and sojourn. However, between 1474 and 75, there were organized 2 naval expeditions from Savona and Genoa, respectively. The first expedition set out from Savona, transferring settlers who sought job opportunities in Chios. The second set out from Genoa in the following year, in September 1475, with the fleet equipped with expenses of the Republic of Genoa in order to offer assistance to Chios of the Giustiniani, which was under the Turkish menace. Vessels of Nicola Spinola and Giovanni Antonio Di Negro were included in the fleet. Columbus was aboard their vessels, but not in the capacity of captain or chief of the mission. Prior to this expedition, allegedly, Columbus was with Spinola and Di Negro aboard the same vessels, fighting in a naval battle at the Cape St. Vincent in southern Portugal. Anyhow, he was linked with friendship to both these two aristocrats, as is documented in his testament. To sum up, travel is described as a multifaceted cultural phenomenon, which has for years formed the subject of systematic international study, thematic exhibitions, and research by scholars of various disciplines. In the Eastern Mediterranean, undoubtedly, no place can better represent the meeting of cultures and the cultural trends in the late medieval Europe than the Chios of the Genoese. Intellectual, political, artistic, and societal interactions during this time have impacted on Chios on many levels. Suffice to mention one aspect: the high intellectual level of the locals, which no doubt is index of circulation of and increased access to books, high literacy rates, and rapid spread of information and ideas. The activity of Syriac Anconensis, Andreolo Giustiniani, and Buondelmonti bears witness to that. This aspect is highlighted in all travelers' accounts, and which remains to be thoroughly studied by modern scholarly research. Thank you.
Joanna, thank you very much for this excellent presentation about Chios once again. And it was a pleasure to see you with this occasion. And now we would like to proceed to our third speaker, Theodoros Kotsoyannis, but I am unable to see him. Pascalis, is he with us, or am I missing?
Oh, I'm not missing. Serjan.
Is he with us? Is Theodoros?
Sorry. Theodoros Kotsoyannis.
I cannot see him in the attendance. That's why. Do you have any idea?
Then Serjan, we can proceed to the next speaker and see if he appears in the end.
Okay, because I was keeping an eye on him, but unable to see.
Right.
Okay, so we'll proceed our next speaker, Dr. Angeliki Tsavara, associate member of UMR 8167, Orient and Méditerranée, CNRS, France, and her paper is entitled Marchand Vénitien à Tabriz au XIVe siècle, itinéraire Funduk Karavasera. And the floor is yours, Dr. Tsavara.
Thank you. I will continue in French. Les Vénitiens fréquentaient le royaume de la Petite Arménie et l'empire de Trébizond dès le XIIIe siècle. À cette époque, excuse me, I have to share the PowerPoint.
No worries.
Okay, I hope you can see it.
We can see it, but not in full screen.
Okay, I'll try.
Now it's full screen. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. À cette époque, il commençait à organiser le système de moudé, c'est-à-dire des galets de lignes. Plusieurs délibérations du Grand Conseil et du Sénat concernaient l'affrètement des navires qui empruntaient les routes vers Chypre et l'Arménie et vers la Roumanie, la sécurité des galets, l'organisation des routes, ainsi que d'autres conditions concernant le commerce dans ce territoire. À partir du XIIIe siècle, avec l'arrivée des Mongols qui ont conquis une grande partie de l'Asie, et les routes vers l'intérieur du continent deviennent plus libres et plus sûres pour les marchands occidentaux. C'est le bon moment pour les Vénitiens de gagner plus d'argent en se rendant en personne ou en envoyant leurs argents sur les grandes places des marchés de l'Asie. C'est pourquoi la Sérénissime avait besoin d'endroits dans le port de la Méditerranée orientale où les marchands pourraient décharger les marchandises, être logés en toute sécurité et à partir desquels ils pourraient se rendre à l'intérieur du continent en suivant les routes de caravanes. Dans cette communication, nous traiterons deux routes, une à partir de l'Ayas ou Ayas dans le royaume de la Petite Arménie et une autre de Trébizond, capitale de l'Empire des Grands Comnènes, vers la ville de Tabriz dans le Khanat des Perses. Une série de pactes signés avec les rois de la Petite Arménie à partir de 1201 réglementaient les relations commerciales entre la Sérénissime et le royaume arménien de Cilicie. Les objectifs généraux étaient d'obtenir la liberté de commercer en Arménie, la possibilité de traverser ces territoires pour aller plus loin, la sécurité des personnes et des biens et la possibilité de récupérer les biens des citoyens vénitiens décédés. Enfin, la possibilité d'établir une base commerciale dans les principales villes du royaume n'est pas négligeable. Dans le traité de 1201, peu avant la quatrième croisade, les Vénitiens obtinrent une église avec la chrétienne des prêtres, la concession d'un terrain à bâtir et un fonduc dans la ville de Mamistra. Le traité de 1245 reprenait à peu près les mêmes concessions et donations. Avec le traité de 1261, on accordait aux Vénitiens des privilèges similaires, et cette fois pour la capitale du royaume d'Arménie, la ville de Sis. Dans cet acte, Ayas est mentionné pour la première fois, le roi accordant un terrain pour la construction d'un bâtiment à l'usage des marchands. Les pactes stipulés vers 1270 nous informent de la création du poste de bel vénitien dans le royaume ayant sa base à Ayas. En effet, dans une délibération du Grand Conseil de juillet 1270, dont il ne subsiste malheureusement qu'un résumé, il est fait mention d'un bel Ayas et de son salaire. Ces faits prouvent que les dispositions de l'accord avaient été mises en œuvre immédiatement. Une église pour les Vénitiens n'avait pas encore été construite dans ces villes et le roi devait donner aux belles qui devaient s'y installer un terrain à cet effet. Le dernier pacte du XIIIe siècle, celui de 1272, confirme les privilèges antérieurs et l'octroi des bâtiments également confirmé par les rois successifs en 1307 et 1321. Le testament rédigé à Ayas entre 1314 et 1316 nous informe de l'existence d'une église dédiée à Saint Marc dans cette ville, exactement comme promis par les rois arméniens. L'église disposait également d'un cimetière où étaient enterrés les citoyens vénitiens qui y résidaient ou qui étaient de passage. Voyons maintenant quelles informations nous pouvons obtenir sur le fonduc et les autres bâtiments utilisés pour la réception des marchands et des ambassadeurs. Nous ne savons pas exactement quand le fonduc d'Ayas a été construit, mais on peut supposer que sa construction a eu lieu entre 1261, date à laquelle un terrain fut mentionné à cet effet, et 1272, date à laquelle le roi Léon II a confirmé la concession des bâtiments faite par son père Khétoum Ier. Cependant, en 1319, le fondouk avait besoin d'être rénové car il était en ruine. Une résolution du Grand Conseil nous informe également d'une somme d'argent qui devait être remise au nouveau bel pour les réparations. Au début de l'année 1322, le fondouk était toujours considéré comme une ruine et il fut à nouveau décidé d'envoyer de l'argent pour l'intermédiaire du nouveau bel pour sa restauration. 4 ans et demi plus tard, c'est-à-dire en août 1326, des outils et des matériaux de construction sont envoyés en Arménie. Il est très probable qu'ils étaient destinés à la restauration du fondouk ou à la construction du nouveau bâtiment dans la ville d'Ayas. Une nouvelle restauration de l'église et de la loge a été financée par le bel Biagio Malipiero, prévoyant 2057 tacolini de sa propre poche. Mais comme Malipiero mourut peu après, il ne fut jamais remboursé. En 1332, le Sénat décide de payer la dette à ses héritiers avec l'argent des taxes que le bel devait percevoir auprès des marchands vénitiens en Arménie. 2 ans plus tard, en 1334, il est signé dans le siège du bel à Ayas, et il est signalé, excusez-moi, que le siège de Bel à Ayas se trouvait dans un endroit insalubre et infecté où il était dangereux de vivre. Le Sénat autorisa donc le nouveau Bel à louer un autre bâtiment ou envisager un achat ou l'échange avec l'ancienne maison contre une nouvelle, sous réserve de l'accord des autorités de la métropole. 3 ans plus tard, en 1337, Ayas fut occupé pour la première fois par les Mamelouks avant de tomber définitivement entre leurs mains en 1347. Dans presque tous les pactes signés avec le royaume d'Arménie, il y a un accord de libre passage vers les pays chrétiens et musulmans. Mais dans le pacte de 1321, une autorisation spécifique est accordée à la demande des Vénitiens pour passer librement à travers les terres du royaume vers Tabriz et la Syrie, évidemment pendant la période de paix entre les seigneurs de ces régions et l'Arménie. Examinons maintenant l'itinéraire que les marchands vénitiens d'Ayas à Tabriz. Cet itinéraire a été décrit en détail par Francesco Balduzzi Peccolotti dans son célèbre manuel de mercatura. Il s'agit en particulier d'une liste de dépenses qu'un marchand devait engager pour acheminer un certain chargement de marchandises vers la ville perse, intitulée Spese che si fanno ordinatamente a conducere mercanzie dalla Iazzo di Erminia infino a Torisi per terra. On partait d'Ayas et on passait par Kolidara ou Kopidara pour quitter le royaume de la petite Arménie et entrer dans le Khanat de Perse. Il n'est pas possible d'identifier tous les lieux mentionnés dans les taxes où les taxes étaient payées, mais à partir de quelques identifications plus ou moins certaines, nous pouvons avancer que cette route passait par Casena ou Caseria, qui est présumablement Kayseri, Salvastro, aujourd'hui Sivas, Arzinga, Lodierne, Erzincan, Arzerone, c'est-à-dire Erzurum, pour finalement atteindre Tabriz. Le long de cette route, il y avait des caravansérails appelés Gavazera. Entre Kayseri et Sivas, 3 sont mentionnés, le Gavazera del Amiraglio, le Gavazera del Sultano et le Gavazera de Casa Iacomi, et entre Erzincan et Erzurum, il y avait un Gavazera sous la montagne. Les emplacements du premier et du troisième n'ont pas été localisés. Et quant au caravansérail du sultan, il pourrait être identifié au sultan Khan, construit par le sultan seljoukide Kaykoubad vers 1236. La précision avec laquelle, excusez-moi, la précision avec laquelle Pegolotti a décrit cet itinéraire s'explique par le fait que les Florentins avaient été pendant des années l'agent de la compagnie des Bardi à Chypre et qu'ils connaissaient donc bien cette région en raison des liens étroits et qui unissaient les deux pays. Et il est probable qu'il ait lui-même visité l'Arménie. Les Vénitiens ont fréquenté Trébizonde dès le XIIIe siècle, comme nous avons dit. Célèbre est l'histoire de Polo qui, de retour de Cambalique, passèrent par cette ville où ils firent dérober et la présence des Vénitiens dans l'Empire des Grands Communs fut officialisée par le chrysobulle de juillet 1319, accordé par Alexis II. Elle permet aux Vénitiens de s'installer durablement dans la ville, représentée par un bel, de créer leur propre escale maritime, d'obtenir la liberté de circulation dans l'Empire et de se voir attribuer un terrain pour la construction d'un fondouk. Ce terrain était situé près de Léodo-Castron. En mai 1320, le Sénat décida de donner au bel de Trébizonde 100 livres de gros pour construire à Trébizonde un ensemble de bâtiments à l'usage des marchands que l'on appellera cavarsera, c'est-à-dire caravansérail dans le fond vénitien. Parallèlement, une ambassade était en préparation pour se rendre à Tabriz via Trébizonde dans le but de prendre contact avec le Khan de Perse et d'organiser un point d'accueil pour les marchands vénitiens à Tabriz. Cette mission diplomatique aboutit à la signature d'un pacte avec Abu Saïd la même année. Le poste de consul de Tabriz est mentionné dans l'accord. On peut supposer qu'entre 1320 et 1324, les Vénitiens avaient acquis ou au moins utilisé un caravansérail à Tabriz, dit Delle Telle, mais nous ne savons pas dans quelles circonstances il a été obtenu. En 1324, une lettre du consul vénitien dans cette ville informait la lointaine mère patrie d'une bagarre entre marchands vénitiens qui avait également impliqué des locaux avec des répercussions tragiques. Les documents mentionnent ce caravansérail comme étant la demeure de plusieurs marchands vénitiens, tandis que le consul avait sa propre maison. Dans cette année, une autre mission diplomatique en Perse a été planifiée. Les vols fréquents subis par les marchands sur la route de caravanes reliant Trébizonde à Tabriz obligèrent le Sénat à interdire à ses citoyens d'y voyager à plusieurs reprises entre 1325 et 1338. Après une première série d'interdictions, et un accord commercial fut conclu entre Venise et la Perse en 1332, imposant en échange de quantités égales de marchands se rendant à Tabriz et vice-versa. Mais malgré les promesses, les problèmes dans les relations commerciales entre les deux pays se répétèrent et l'interdiction fut réitérée en 1338. 2 ans plus tard, en 1340, la guerre civile qui éclate dans l'Empire de Trébizonde força le Sénat à obliger ses citoyens à se confiner dans le caravansérail et pour des raisons de sécurité. Le bel avait toute autorité pour remédier à la situation et si la structure était trop petite pour tous les citoyens vénitiens. En juillet de l'année suivante, Trébizonde subit une attaque des Turcomanes amitiotes au cours de laquelle le caravansérail vénitien fut incendié et détruit. Dès 1342, le Sénat commença à organiser l'avenir de la communauté vénitienne de Trébizonde et les voyages commerciaux à venir. Le 27 juillet, le Sénat décida de collecter des impôts pour financer une nouvelle mission diplomatique à Tabriz et reconstruire le caravansérail. 3 ans après l'incendie, les Vénitiens qui avaient commencé les travaux de restauration dirent les interrompre quand les Génois se plaignirent à l'empereur. Une enquête fut ouverte, ce qui eut pour conséquence de geler les travaux de reconstruction. Venise protesta officiellement auprès des autorités de Gênes et un accord fut finalement trouvé pour débloquer les travaux. En 1345, le Sénat ordonna au nouveau bey de procéder aux travaux de restauration de certaines résidences à l'intérieur du caravansérail dans un premier temps, puis de poursuivre les réparations du caravansérail ou les travaux qui semblaient les plus urgents. Nous ne savons pas où en étaient les travaux, mais il semble qu'entre 1348 et 1349, le caravansérail fut à nouveau détruit, ainsi que le fond-duc génois. Les relations régulières avec Trébizonde furent interrompues pendant près de 17 ans, de 1345 à 1364, et la guerre civile dans l'Empire, la peste, la guerre vénéto-génoise des Détroits et plus généralement la rivalité entre les deux puissances maritimes, mais aussi les raisons d'une réorganisation plus large du commerce commercial de la Sérénissime en sont les causes. D'autre part, le Khan Abou Saïd, qui avait conclu les accords commerciaux avec Venise, mourut en 1335 et les routes vers Tabriz devinrent encore plus incertaines. En 1363, une mission diplomatique de l'empereur de Trébizonde à Constantinople demanda aux belvédiciens de cette ville de reprendre le voyage de Trébizonde. Après cette ouverture de la part de l'empereur, le Sénat décida d'envoyer un ambassadeur auprès d'Alexis III afin d'obtenir de meilleures conditions commerciales et surtout un nouveau emplacement pour construire un caravansérail. Et l'autre ayant détruit. Et l'année suivante, Guglielmo Michel obtint une chrysobule pour compte de la République. Avec elle, les impôts sont réglementés et un nouveau terrain est accordé pour le caravansérail vénitien. Il était situé près du monastère de Saint Théodore Gavras et s'attendait entre l'église de Saint-Christophe, l'église de Saint-Nikita et la côte. La zone était beaucoup plus petite que la précédente, mais cette chrysobule n'a pas réussi à relancer le commerce. Les taxes restaient trop élevées et les nouvelles terres n'étaient pas satisfaisantes. Une nouvelle mission auprès de l'empereur menée par Pietro d'Almer en 1367, soit 3 ans seulement après la précédente, aboutit à un nouvel accord. Les Vénitiens reçurent ainsi des terres à un autre endroit appelé Capo Santa Croce, situé entre l'église de San Giorgio et des maisons privées. Cette fois, les Vénitiens ont également eu l'occasion de fortifier la zone avec des murs et des tours dont une partie a dû être financée par l'empereur lui-même. Jusqu'en 1371, et malgré l'envoi d'argent par le consul de Tana, l'imposition sur les transactions à Trébizonde et sur les marchandises arrivant au bord des navires, les fortifications ne furent pas achevées. Et au même moment, le seigneur persan Shaikh Ouvaïs écrit de Tabriz aux marchands vénitiens de Trébizonde, leur offrant protection et sécurité pour la reprise de voyage entre les deux villes. Mais les espoirs d'un commerce fructueux se sont transformés en déception. Les compensations pour les vols subis en Perse ne parvinrent pas et entre 1374 et 1376, il y a eu un conflit amer entre Venise et l'Empire de Trébizonde, suivi de la guerre vénéto-génoise de Chioggia. À partir de 1381, d'autres tentatives sont faites pour ouvrir un passage sûr vers la Perse, mais les routes étaient désormais compromises par les guerres et les rivalités entre les différents seigneurs de ces terres. En 1400 4, un procès nous renseigne sur le fondouk vénitien de Trébizonde. Le belge vénitien de cette ville, Bernabo Loredan, est impliqué dans un procès contre Zuane degli Alighieri. Et les actes ont été rédigés à Trébizonde, il castello della signoria Eclita e Comunti Venezia. Et le contrevenant a été emprisonné dans la prison du Château. Ruy González de Clavijo, ambassadeur du roi de Castille Henri III, à la cour de Tamerlan, qui en 1404 passa par cette ville, et au bord de la mer, il vit 2 châteaux avec des autres tours, l'un appartenant aux Vénitiens, l'autre aux Génois. Jusqu'en 1407, l'empereur n'avait pas encore tenu la promesse qu'il avait faite aux Vénitiens en 1367 de construire une partie des fortifications à ses frais. Les manuels de mercatura de Peccolotti ne nous renseignent pas sur la route de Trébizonde à Tabriz. Heureusement, cette lacune est quelque peu comblée par le récit des voyages de Clavijo. Les étapes les plus importantes du voyage de l'ambassadeur castillan à Tabriz étaient les châteaux de Paleomazouka, Zigana, Ardassa et Turul, avant d'arriver à Erzinga et Erzeron, l'actuel Erzincan et Erzurum, puis Makou et Khoy. À Erzincan, les voyageurs rencontraient donc la route qui, comme nous l'avons vu, partait d'Ayas et passait par Sivas. Pour conclure, Venise chercha à signer des accords commerciaux avec l'État d'où partaient les routes caravanières comme l'Empire de Trébizonde et le royaume de la Petite Arménie. Elle obtint ainsi les concessions commerciales, les garanties de la sécurité, des lieux pour stocker les marchandises arrivant par la mer et pour accueillir ses marchands et ses ambassadeurs. Des accords similaires ont également été conclus avec les Khans de Perse pour commercer à Tabriz, carrefour important de nombreuses routes caravanières. À Yas, un complexe de bâtiments, d'habitations, d'entrepôts et d'une église a été construit, appelé dans les sources Loggia Domus Communis ou Fondaco. À Trébizonde, sur un terrain concédé par l'empereur, un fondouk fut construit avec des habitations, des entrepôts et une église et entouré d'un fossé qui s'appelait Caravansérail dans les documents. Après la destruction en 1341 et 1348-49, il est reconstruit en neuf sur un autre site, cette fois avec des fortifications et une prison, d'où le terme de château. Il semble également que pendant la période florissante du commerce sur la route de Tabriz, c'est-à-dire au début du XIVe siècle, il y a eu dans cette ville un caravansérail à l'usage des Vénitiens. L'ambassadeur vénitien auprès du Uzun Hassan, Joseph Barbaro, raconte son arrivée à Tabriz en 1474 pour donner à ses lecteurs vénitiens une idée du caravansérail. Zonti che fossimo a Tabriz capitassimo in un cavarsera, cioè secondo noi Fondego. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for this very interesting paper, Dr. Savara. Much appreciated. And now we are moving to the final speaker of our session, PhD candidate Nektaria Lainaki, architect from
Trying to...
Okay, excellent. And,
one moment. I'll do.
And from the National Technical University of Athens, and with her paper entitled Travelers' Testimonies about the existent buildings in Crete from the Venetian period. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can I...
Sorry, I'm trying to leave the...
Unshare your presentation, Angeliki. Unshare your presentation. Stop.
Yes, I'm trying to enter the Zoom. One moment.
Somewhere there is a red button.
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Because I cannot return to Zoom. That is my problem. How can I do that? Okay, find it. Sorry about that.
No worries.
We can wait. I share it. Okay. Can you
Yes.
see?
Yes, we can see it in full screen.
Full screen? Because the last days I have problem.
No
Okay.
problem.
The island of Crete was liberated from the Arabs by the Byzantine general Nikephoros Phokas in the middle of the 10th century. Its independence was not very long in duration because after the dismemberment of the Eastern Roman Empire by the Franks in the beginning of the 13th century, the ownership of the island was transferred to the Venetians. In the approximately 2.5 centuries of presence on the island, the building's footprint of the Byzantine period is recorded only in buildings of a religious nature. The presence of the Venetians in Crete from the 13th century until the middle of the 17th gave a different social and economic organization to the island. Crete, in the center of the closed sea of the Mediterranean. I hope to change the...
Yes,
okay.
we see the change.
Okay. Crete, in the center of the closed air sea of the Mediterranean, is a precious prize of Calmel because it ensures the safe movement of their fleet and their trades across the entire width of the Mediterranean from east to west. The first Venetian settlers arrived on the island after being argued, but also of their own free will, bringing with them the experience and knowledge of the creation of an organized and independent new province. The sculpture of the city society in the Regno di Candia stimulated the creation not only of the religious new buildings, the Catholic Church, but also to the creation of buildings of public buildings, infrastructures which were necessary for the needs and the functioning of the new society. The safety of travel in the Mediterranean encouraged several wealthy researchers who were traveling to the Holy Land to visit the island of Crete. The occupation of most of them was the study of ancient authors from whom they obtained information about the ancient civilization on the island and their archaeological remains. Another numbers of visitors studied the flora and fauna of Crete as the diversity of the island was well known. Travelers on foreign places often report their impressions, not their memories and travel experiences, and publish them after they return. Many of these texts are of special interest because they contain information which, without this record, would have been lost forever. The identification and research of travel texts, which include references to Crete and especially of the western part of the island, is important. It's important lines on the fact that the conquest of the island by the Ottomans in a completely sudden and unexpected time stopped the state's detailed recording of it. For this reason, the records of the travelers during this period gave us interesting information about the history, the monuments, the people, and their lives, both in the cities and in the countryside. From the description, important monuments can be identified which are realized after research nowadays. A special type of traveling is the pilgrimage. A typical example is the description of the Florentine monk Cristoforo Gueldomondi, 1385 until 1430, on the island of Crete, with special references to its western part. Gueldomondi lived in Crete for some time and was the author of the famous paper Description of the Island of Crete around 1417 with a diagram of the routes he followed from one end of the island to the other. A typical visit of his route, in which he was guided by the Kalergis family of Milopotamus, led me a deeper investigation for the specific area. It was his visit to the Church of St. John or St. John the Stranger in Topolia area of Kissamos. In his description, he refers to the plant richness of the area, focusing on the rich vegetation with cypress trees near the sacred site of Aikerianis in a very large village, Topolia. It mentions, we all entered with devotion, and while my companions began to venerate the head of the saint, lighting candles, I glanced at the manuscript account of his life. That's when the monks and inhabitants watching us realized that I wanted to get it at a low price. Rushing towards me, they began to beat me with such heavy blows that, had I not retreated quickly, my companions and I would undoubtedly have died. Full of fear, we all take a step path until we have before our eyes the course of the Kakoperatus River in the direction to Kissamopolis. During the analysis of Beldomondi's description of the island of Crete, Maria Ann van Spitel, a modern researcher, mentions the Florentine monks' visit to the west, the Church of St. John, which is located in the current village of Chourouiana nowadays. In this research, the existence of a rich resident of Fardas Kalergis, a feudal lord of the area during the Venetian rule, emerged, in which I present on the 13th International Congress of Cretan Studies. Another interesting description of Beldomondi in 1417 is for residents in the outskirts of Kania, Heraklio, and it says, Andreas Kornaros, brothers of Vicentus, enjoys his status adorned garden in Thrapsano near ancient Lictos, reading Tandem. He had in his studiolo many books, manuscripts, painting, and ancient statues, books. A fountain runs from the mounts of a marble statue and to the right and left booths with statues of Mark Antony and Pompey placed by his parents. Many structures from various ancient monuments adorned this garden. More than a century later, Honorio Belli, 1596, state physician and doctor in Khandaka, after the end of his term, settled permanently in the city of Canea. With great interest and knowledge of the island's archaeological width, he toured all the Crete in planning ancient theaters. In Western Crete, among other things, he mentioned the castle and fortresses. Unfortunately, as far as Kissamos is concerned, the only buildings that he described included a theater and temple, a water supply pipeline, and a large port, which he encountered near the existing Venetian fortresses. In the description of the island of Crete, 1577-1578, Barozzi describes the garden that exists in the mansion he maintained in a center near Khandakas. In his description of the mansion located in St. Constantinos, the garden is described as impressive and imposing and decorated with all kinds of artistic and archaeological treasures, harmoniously integrated with a natural landscape. Barozzi spent many hours there reading, writing, and studying natural philosophy and the account sciences. I quote the description of the above garden as Pasley showed it 2 or so centuries later. My host Tolosi Frusaki offered to accompany us to a fountain. He assured me that there are ancient walls and inscriptions there. This fountain, a rich spring, is about a mile east of the village St. Constantinos under 2 fine plane trees. It is placed on the side of a plateau, about 100 paces long and 20 broad, at the edge of a small plain which is full of cypresses, oranges, locust trees, plane trees, and myrtles. At the other end of this little valley, which is about half and left mile, there is still a section of elevated ground with its fountain. This whole place was evidently a pleasant resort in the days of the Venetians. In a similar study carried out by Spanakis on the will of Andreas Cornaro, 1611, a garden is described by Boldomonti as a true paradise. In 1639, Hieronymus Semitekolos undertook a travel to the entire coastline of the western part of the island of Crete, the district of Chania, in order to record it and to present it to the local governors. The topography, the places, the villages, the long sandy beaches, the rivers, the island, the castle are described in detail in the context of collection and recording information in the event of the landing of corsairs or arrival of royal fleets. Semitekolo sailed around by boat and recording the specific area after being instructed by the forerunner of Chania, Giovanni Battista Bassadonna. Although the coasts are described, there is a non-mention of the Mesoia area. In this interesting text, we identified 95 toponyms, almost all of which still exist today, all the capes, 24 churches and monasteries, which are preserved to these days, and 7 islands which share the same name. He begins his description from Franco Castello and the country of the Sfakia to proceed to Western description, to Western court, describing the castle of Selinos. He mentioned villas in the Azogireas area and their distance from the nearby beach, as well as the villa of Santa Thodaro, not more than 2 miles from the coast, close to the 2 rivers. Unfortunately, this particular area is not in the feed of my research activity. Nevertheless, I'm interested in future independent research. He continues with the Church of Ageirini, the Monastery of Panagia Xoskalidisa, and some houses around it. He continues with the church, he mentioned the small church of Agios Nikolaos on the island of Gramvousa, and also describes the fortress. This is today. An important point of his reference is the labeling of St. Ioannis or Kalogeron Monastery in the area of Cape Gramvousa, Kakiskala. I had marked and studied this building complex, the cell and the church, with the aim of declaring it a preserved monument. He continues the nomenclature and the description of the areas up to the city of Kissamos. He mentions the port in the area of Mavromolos outside the city, while he describes in detail the castle of Kissamos. He especially describes the castle because of its location. It is farther from the coast and not next to it. Therefore, It is for defense and not for landing, ensuring the safety of the settlers who lived around the castle. In one of my earliest research projects on the National Technology University of Athens, I studied two maps of the Venetian state engineer Monani, 1631. Semitekolos described that the Venetian residences were outside the walls of the small castle is confirmed by Monani's drawing, showing them in blocks of roads south outside the walls. One piece of information that I would like to share with you from a traveler cartographer of the Venetian period of Boschini is the mention of two residences, one of the area of Chania and the other in the outskirts of Heraklio from a handwriter document which was found by the botanist professor Oliver Rackham. Marco Boschini lived from 1602 until 1681, was an Italian writer, painter, lithographer, and visual art theorist. Dr. Rackham discovered the manuscripts with a description of two rich houses. He passed them on to Mrs. Trimandili Magan, an architect, who gave them to me for this particular presentation. In Villa Viaro, in the area of Bucciunaria, in the suburbs of Chania, he describes a country house with an excellent access for the road to the hill on which it was built. In order to access the house from the lowest point, the road, on the low barriers on either side of the stairs, there is a special construction and the water flow and water jets are created. The jets created the feeling of protective railing. And he continues the description with the central salas area in the house. He was very impressed. On the perimeter walls of the specific area, he mentioned that there were small built-in marble water troughs for the collection of the water that flowed from the mouths of mythological sea-god figures. Another interesting description of a garden is described by Boschini and involves a house in the area of Heraklio. He describes the vineyard loaded with ripe fruit woven into a special pergola construction in an open courtyard, which made a great impression on him. Travelers during the period of the Venetian occupation showed great interest in the island. Most of them were scholars who had studied Pliny, Strabo, and other classics of antiquity and were interested in the archaeological remains. During their visit of these archaeological sites, they also referred to the existing buildings which piqued their interest, both secular and religious ones. From this description today, we try to derive evidence about the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this another interesting paper by Nektaria Lainaki. And now we are having questions and discussions, if there are any. And we're going to start with the first paper, which is presented by me about Adramiteon. And if you have any questions about the first paper.
Dear Sir John, I have a question, if you please.
Yes, please.
First of all, congratulations. It was very well documented and very well illustrated, as always. I always admire your presentations, I must confess, in public. So there is a point, you're welcome, there is a point I missed about the earlier church. Did you mention that it dates from the 7th century?
Yes, it dates to 7th century concerning the small findings.
The small findings, yes.
Small findings, and also the remained frescoes on the larger apse, on the very lower levels of the wall, since it was raised to the ground during the establishment of the modern neighborhood, but we still have the frescoes part, and it also dates to 7th century. And another very decisive small finding, other than pottery, was an earring which we can safely find its similar examples from 7th to 8th century as well. But when combined all these parameters, we dated its construction to the 7th century, and then it had its long life.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating indeed about the earring.
Yes, it came directly from the ground level of the church, just
from
below
the ground level.
Yes, the ground of the basilical church.
Boy, impressive, indeed impressive. Did you mention? Sorry, but I missed a certain point. Did you mention that it was built above a pre-existing Roman structure or not?
Yes,
No.
a Roman public space. A Roman public space with large limestone plaques. Perhaps a forum or a large street, but since it's on top of the highest hill of the topography, and the largest, which is suitable for settlement, it is probably a public space of any kind, dating to the 2nd, 3rd centuries.
2nd, 3rd.
And then it was built up. It used to be a Roman public space and then built up.
Right. Do you have a third question on that?
Please.
Do you do any correlations with place names? Do we have any correlations with place names in the area?
Like what, for example?
Reminiscent of earlier periods. For example, in Chios, in the city of Chios, in the basilica, the early Christian basilica of Saint Isidore.
Yes.
We know there was a former Roman, the basilica was built above a public Roman building, and the area around until nowadays is called Foro.
I got it. The main problematic is in our site is it was totally abandoned in the beginning of the 14th century.
Yes.
And when the modern neighborhood was established in the mid-50s, it was totally razed to the ground again. I mean, since the material was reused over time, so there is a loss of continuity, both nominal and cultural, and also architectural as well. So it's this continuity. So even though it's a built-up area today as a neighborhood like my hometown, it feels so, but there is a discontinuity of 600 years. So it's very hard to construct the case you're talking about for the area. But from Portolands, of course, we see the continuity of place names, but in a larger scale. But we can talk about the island's toponymy in the Ayvalık area towards southwest, but for Adramytteon proper, because of this discontinuity and the abandonment of most of the settlements and the establishment of Turkish settlements in plains from scratch as soon as they arrive. And this plague epidemic and famine, so there is a gap in the dark ages of the area. But yes, I'll keep that in my mind for further research.
You have indeed, because you have this downside that you had the abandonment, whereas on Chios we have continuity.
Yes,
until nowadays.
Exactly.
Excellent, Sir Jan. Thank you very much indeed again.
Thank you. So there is another question by Jean-Michel Sour, if possible, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask for you actually about your presentation. The site you said was abandoned, and they start from scratch, a new city. But did they reuse the material of the old city?
Exactly, quite a lot, very abundantly, almost removing all the large columns, blocks, while building the mosques, especially public buildings in modern
That means
Edremit.
there is material of a basilic inside the mosque or something.
Yes. We've documented most of them, the marble blocks and pillars and all the ornaments coming from churches in most of the public buildings from the classical Ottoman period, especially onwards. But during the late Ottoman period, there is a tendency of rebuilding those mosques again with neoclassical style. So there is the loss of materials as well during the late Ottoman period. But the survived earlier Ottoman monuments still have those reused spolia from Adramit Town.
And no trace of frescoes or...
No frescoes yet, but mostly floral patterns and friezes.
Yeah.
And column capitals.
Of course, the cross were not...
Exactly. But for example, the Kurşunlu Mosque in Edremit, I told it has a portico with columns. They are all reused material coming from the ancient city.
Oh, that's interesting.
In the last slide I showed.
Do they do a program to try to identify each pieces like that who could be reused? And
I mean, we've documented almost all of them on their reused place, but to match them, I mean, we started to match with each other first, the reused materials. But
because the excavations are finished now.
Yes,
right?
the excavations are still ongoing, and it's a very hard excavation because it's an occupied neighborhood and a very busy holiday resort. So we have very limited excavations of these areas and relied on soundings to 2 meters to 2 meters, almost 100 soundings all around the neighborhood. But we have very limited excavation sites. So we are
you conducting this excavation yourself? I mean, are you conducting the excavations?
I'm a member of the scientific team, yes, since 10 years.
Oh, okay.
And it's ongoing. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's quite...
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Sir John, I don't have a question. Just want to congratulate you for your...
Thank you.
I admire very much your work. You know that. I appreciate it very much. And you're always coming to conferences with fresh and unpublished material. I'm so jealous about that.
Thank you.
You're giving the best explanation and context. In this regard, I would like to ask you something about the church, the Crossing Square Church that you there. And you attribute it to 12th century. I believe that you are right, since the disposition of columns is not the right one, let's say right, if we can say in parentheses, but it's the columns are very much approaching the lateral walls. So it gives a bigger dome for the church. And it's typical for 12th century church architecture. I don't know if you know what I mean, because you can see it's not the typical, the small dome, cupola of 11th century, but with this disposition, if they approach the piers of the columns in the walls, they achieve the bigger size for a dome.
Diameters. The diameter of the dome is
of the dome. So I believe that your attribution is right, and it's very curious to find a 12th century monument in that place. Normally, it's in the area around Constantinople and the province around Constantinople that we can find such structures in Thrace. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remark. I really appreciate it, because we needed to rely on several parameters like the architecture, small findings, all of them. And when combined, yes, we were able to narrow down the date. But your comments also brought further questions and clarification indeed, and I really appreciate it. And even though it was the church was discovered by the predecessor team, so they needed to stop the excavation for some reason, and even its architectural plan was quite undiscovered up now, and now it makes even more sense. And thank you for your comment, Pascal. It's a pleasure. Are there any more questions about Adramiteo? So if not, we'll proceed to another excellent paper by Dr. Ioanna Koukouni about Chios. So please, if you have any questions about Dr. Ioanna Koukouni's paper on Chios, please.
I would like to congratulate Dr. Ioanna Koukouni. I also appreciate her work. She's always coming with interesting information and well-established remarks. Because of the fact that we didn't have the paper by the other paper on Kyriakos of Ancona.
Yes.
Ioanna, could you possibly give us some more data about Kyriakos of Ancona and his appreciation of the antiquities? Because we wanted very much this information, but we missed this information about the places he visited. Just a brief overview of this his activity. Thank you.
Yes, just to, as I mentioned in the paper, from setting off from Chios, he went to the opposite Asia Minor coast to visit Byzantium, of course, Gallipoli, Thrace, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, but I'm unable to remember details after a paper delivery. It's the stress. I always feel stressed out. I think I mentioned Tenedos, where he recorded in Tenedos, while in Tenedos, he recorded the ancient city, and he was very pleased to do that. What else? I mentioned about Constantinople, and he also, to add that he also participated, he was a fan of the union of the two churches and a delegate of the Council of Ferrara, Florence. He participated in Ferrara and Florence, in the union of the churches. I wanted to say something now, I forgot it, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, I'm unable to remember things. I have an Alzheimer sometimes. Briefly, yes, this is all what I remember.
Yes, we have time, no worries. But I would like to congratulate you for your paper, Ioanna, as well. It was
Thank you very much, John, and it was very brief, as
yes.
you know.
No, very interesting about Chios once again. And if I may, I would like to ask a very little question about Kyriakos' perception, because we know he has a special interest to epigraphy, but were you able to identify his perception and appreciation on ancient monuments? I mean, did you notice how he set this cultural connection in terms of the Renaissance and humanities? Because from a technical point of view, he is able to, conveyed many of the inscriptions, both disappeared and still present. But either Chios or in the surroundings, how did you interpret his appreciation of the antiquities from his perception?
Because I don't study Syriac per se, but I do focus on Chios, as you know. It is this aspect that I would love to highlight in due course, the Renaissance, the culture of the Renaissance on Chios, because we have a Hellenic land in the east that belongs practically to the west, because Chios lives all the current trends of the era, and unfortunately, due to the major catastrophes of the island in the 19th century, we have no tangible evidence, but scarce archaeological evidence, as for example, the sculptures that I presented in the other conference that we participated together.
You're right.
But the intangible evidence and the historical evidence lacks. So this is why I finished my speech with this. Research in due course, it has to be highlighted. We need to search in the travelers' accounts, particularly Syriac and Bondelmonti, and their map making and the place names that they mention. The place names, by the way, is an immense chest of treasures as far as Chios is concerned. And as a local, as a Chiot, I can tell, because practically I weave my, I make up my puzzle and fill in my gaps through the place names. This is why I asked you in the first place.
You're right.
Yes.
Why I was curious too. And
they are an immense trove of treasures, indeed.
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
So if there are no more questions to Joanna Kuni, we would like to ask if there are any questions for Dr. Angeliki Tzavara and her paper about the Venetian merchants in Tebris. Please.
I would like to congratulate her for her exemplary work, and especially for tracing these important trade routes, including Fondux, Hans Caravanserais, as they these place names are mentioned, and for presenting evidence on Trebizond, because it's this 14th, 15th century is very much important for Trebizond, because being situated over the as a major port and center in this trade work, there are too much evidence on Trebizond, and I believe that research must go further on this issue. Thank you very much, Angeliki, for your paper.
Thank you.
And I have a similar comment, if I may. Especially Ayas Layazo was almost excellent. I mean, I have nothing else to say, but making it a part of a larger network, because there are very few studies about it. And when I first encountered the Genoese archival records about Ayas Layazo and seeing it a part of those networks in Levant and beyond, it was a very well demonstrated from an interdisciplinary perspective, a case study. And thank you for your paper.
If I may also, Serjan, did you find any evidence on texts, because I know that you're working on texts on Pani Tatarici, on this important Mongol-made textiles that invaded, let's say, the markets in the West during 14th century. I'm very much interested in this topic, because we know that in Tabriz and other centers, there were manufacturers established by Mongols for this trade. They were destined to this trade.
Yes, there are mentions of the documents about Pani Tatarici, and and also other types of materials. And yes, it's a further research to do. I have some documents, yes.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions? So I cannot see any. And we can move to our final speaker, Nektaria Lainaki, and her paper about Crete. Are there any questions or comments on her paper about Crete?
Just if I may, once again, I would like also to congratulate for her work. She already showed us parts of her PhD research in the last conference on Italian art. And if I may ask her when her dissertation would be finished, because we are waiting for the results of her research.
I'm writing now. I have some, a little time more. I have collected all the information, the plans, and now I try to find more information about the economic and society information. And the travelers are very important for this PhD, because I take some very interesting information. And from notarius also, from Venice. Because
And we have a question from Jean-Michel Soult, please.
Yes, actually it was for the previous Angelique Itzavara. Sorry, it was to know, because she talked about Trebizond, if she found any evidence or relation in some works of the 14th century about the saint, the three saints, and one of them, Nicholas of Vatopedi, any things about his life or material that could find in that period, because usually life of saints are written afterwards, because there is absolutely nothing about him when we search through the source that I know for the moment. There's zero source related to, except the bones and of the casket, which is inside the naos of Vatopedi, and that's all. So with two other monks, Antonios and the other one, Athanasius, another Athanasius, not the one of who built up Mount Athos, Lavra. So I was wondering, is there any evidence about that particular Ktitores, founder of Vatopedi Monastery, from Trebizond?
I usually work with notarial acts and commercial documents, so now I haven't come across with this person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe there are other types of sources that I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because I don't know which sources to search.
I work only almost with archival documents that rarely has this type of information.
Mm-hmm. I see. If anyone has in this Congress any information about that, I'm really interested. I will say personally about it, because I was baptized under the name of Nicholas of Vatopedi. So I want to know more about my saint, I will say, that which is
if I come across I'll
Sorry?
let you know. If I come across information about him, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
If I'm
Thank you
able
so
to
much.
recognize him.
Thanks you so much.
Are there any final questions or remarks? And I cannot see any, but yes, like these occasions are for further research and questions we just had in the discussion. And we may proceed to a well-deserved lunch break. And I would like to thank all the speakers and also our participants for this very fruitful and interesting session altogether, and also for dear Pascalis for this
Thank you very much.
very
Such
meaningful
wonderful
opportunity and
Thank
also
you.
invitation. And I would really like to keep in touch and to see you in further occasions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank
At
you.
5 o'clock,
5
Central
o'clock,
European
okay.
Venice time. Okay.
See you later. Goodbye.
See you later. Bye.
Got it. Wait a second. But they can't have a picture of me. Where do they find a picture of me? When you go on, it'll take a picture of you. It'll photograph you. Yeah. Oh, you just unmuted yourself. Stop it. Open the video. There you are. You're on. Okay. So now you know that you're there. Okay. So I close mute again. Yes, close mute if you want.
ζωντανά αλλά και διαδικτυακά μέσα από το
ο Ιάκοψον, που λες αυτός είναι ναζί κλπ. Είναι καθηγητής της μεσαιωνικής ιστορίας και βυζαντινής ιστορίας στην Ισλανδία. Η Δε Λαϊνάκη είναι υποψηφία διδάκτορ στο Μετσόβιο.
Μεγάλη ηλικία.
Έτσι λέει εδώ πέρα. Και ο άλλος που μου είπες ότι αυτός είναι...
Λέω μήπως, δεν είπα.
Ναι. Πώς λέγεται αυτός που έχει ένα επίθετο που σου θυμίζει κάποιον από το ναυτικό? Όταν ήσουν στη θητεία, που λες αυτός ήταν μήπως είναι ο πατέρας του?
Δεν ξέρω.
Φοιτητής μας, καλώς. Αυτός είναι αρχιτέκτονα της Θεσσαλονίκης. Ο Φραγκούλης.
Ο Φραγκούλης, ο Φραγκίσκος Δραγούσης. Εσύ μου είπες ότι είναι ο μουσικός.
Πρέπει να τσεκάρουμε ότι μας ακούει.
Ο Ισλανδός είναι ένας με άσπρο γέννη.
Και παλιού και αρκετά ξυρισμένα στα αυτιά.
Όχι, δεν το είδα.
Διοτροπός.
Όχι, άλλον είδα. Ηλικίας.
Αυτή η φορά είναι εκεί μεταξύ 40-45 και 55.
Όχι, άλλος είναι μεγαλύτερο. Μάλιστα.
Αυτά. Ας το γυρίσουμε και από εδώ, γιατί μπορεί να έρθει η ώρα τώρα. Αλήθεια σβεστά. Δεν καταλαβαίνω πώς γίνεται αυτό. Πώς το κάνουν και φαίνεται αυτό το μεγάλο. Α,
si fa sempre più drammatica, cominciano a riconoscerlo anche i soliti mentitori con la penna. È andato negli Stati Uniti d'America, però insomma non pare essere rientrato con ottime notizie. Ecco, lo hanno oramai mollato tutti, secondo te?
Sì, in America lui ha ricevuto, diciamo, un'accoglienza ormai fredda, l'hanno deriso, bisogna dire che è stato deriso, questo si legge, si nota da quello che raccontano gli americani stessi, e è stato deriso anche grazie a Biden, perché Biden in un paio di situazioni si è comportato in una maniera poco seria, sta girando il video di suo fazzoletto mentre Zelensky sta cercando di convincere il pubblico dal palco, raccontando come lui combatte, come lui sconfigge i russi. Biden soffia il naso dentro il fazzoletto, poi sta guardando all'interno di questo fazzoletto sperando forse di trovare lì i miliardi che le mancano per la sua politica estera. Insomma, questo video sta girando tantissimo, americani ormai prendono in giro sia il loro presidente che questo pagliaccio che arriva da Kiev a chiedere il denaro. Quindi la sua visita in generale, non solo negli Stati Uniti, ma anche in America Latina, è stato un fallimento, perché vi ricordo che lui si è recato in Argentina, dove un altro pagliaccio è diventato presidente, al quale hanno tra l'altro tirato la bottiglia in testa nel primo giorno di inaugurazione. Questo dice molto su quello che sarà il suo diciamo incarico presidenziale. A quanto pare non tutti in Argentina sono contenti per il suo arrivo al potere. Quando Zelensky è arrivato all'inaugurazione, all'interno della sala dove si svolgeva la cerimonia, lui ha notato Orban e Zelensky corse verso Orban. Tra l'altro c'è questa corsa ripresa da giornalisti locali e proprio si vede come Zelensky attraverso una fila di persone seduti sui loro posti si solleva dal proprio posto e sta andando per catturare Orban, che intanto sta passando tra le sedie. Niente, Zelensky lo becca, due parlano in maniera molto agitata, gesticolano. Orban è molto rigido, si vede dalla faccia. Zelensky cerca di convincerlo a spiegargli qualcosa. Alla fine Zelensky, con una faccia proprio umiliata, torna indietro e l'Orban prosegue, quindi probabilmente Orban lo ha mandato in qualche paese, sicuramente non in un paese democratico, civile e bellissimo. E dopo questo fallimento sicuramente Zelensky cercava di far ragionare l'Orban sull'entrata di Ucraina in Europa. Come sapete adesso Orban si mette d'accordo con i repubblicani statunitensi proprio per bloccare l'entrata di Ucraina di Zelensky sia in Europa che nella NATO, ma anche per bloccare totalmente finanziamenti non solo dagli Stati Uniti d'America, ma anche dall'Europa. E probabilmente Zelensky cercava di farlo ragionare e Orban l'ha mandato in quel paese. Poi cosa ha fatto Zelensky? Zelensky doveva volare negli Stati Uniti d'America passando da Brasile, perché in Brasile doveva atterrare per 2 ore. Durante questo atterraggio lui avrebbe voluto incontrare il presidente Lula. Come sapete benissimo, il presidente Lula non ha mai accettato di incontrare questo pagliaccio, perché il presidente Lula si può parlare bene o male di lui, ma comunque è un politico serio che rappresenta se stesso, mentre Zelensky è un fallito attore e un pessimo politico. Quindi Lula ha preferito di non incontrarlo proprio, cioè di non parlare con lui, di non stringere la mano, di non dare nessuna attenzione. Diverse volte Zelensky ha cercato di attirare l'attenzione di Lula, di chiedere a lui di incontrarlo, ha attivato per questo anche Macron durante la riunione di G7. Macron non è riuscito a convincere Lula di incontrare Zelensky. Adesso Zelensky ha detto no, sono con aereo, sto passando da Brasile, chiamo un mio ministro degli esteri e mi organizzerà finalmente l'incontro con Lula. Quindi Kuleba ha contattato il Ministero degli Esteri brasiliano e lì, cari amici, è veramente uno schiaffo in faccia. I brasiliani hanno detto: guardate, noi non abbiamo tempo, ci dispiace, ma non possiamo incontrare, organizzare l'incontro tra i nostri presidenti. Anzi, non riusciamo neanche a ricevere il nostro presidente, quindi non hanno dato a Zelensky neanche il diritto di scendere dall'aereo. Questo pagliaccio in Brasile è stato chiuso 2 ore nel suo aereo.
Oh God.
What?
What? I have a different password for Zoom. I can't remember what it is. Where did you find all those passwords?
Why do you need a password for Zoom?
I don't know.
Go back again, Lenore. You did it the first time. Why do you need a password?
I don't
for
know.
Zoom?
I don't know.
Lenore, it's okay. Do it again.
How do I get back?
What? First of all,
here.
you've got a password. It should remember it.
Incorrect email or password. Cancel. Oh, here we are. But I can't get the voice. Wait a minute. I don't see any sign. Is it yourself?
Don't speak. Open up, open.
No, you don't understand. It's
Dear colleagues, can you hear me? Good afternoon. And Eleftheria, are you okay?
Good afternoon. Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for accepting to be the chair of this session. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the third session of the conference. The subject is on travelers and pilgrims in the late Byzantine Constantinople and the Black Sea. The first speaker is Professor Ulyanov Oleg. Professor, can you hear us? There's
Us in the morning.
Yes, he's here. He mentioned that there might be an issue with the internet connection, perhaps. I think he's here. Can you hear us now? Okay. Should we try to establish a connection or go to the second one and wait for Professor Ulyanov to return? I think he... Yes. Yes. Well, yes, he was just here and waiting for us. Yes, it seems there is a problem because he's reconnecting. Should we wait? Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
It's some problem with very weak connection with Zoom from my local.
Okay. It seems that it's fine now. So shall we start?
Okay, I can start, but excuse me for maybe some suddenly interruptions of my report.
Let me introduce you first. Professor Ulyanov is a professor of the Russian Academy of Arts and in the Russian Academy of Natural History. The topic he's presented today is about the court ceremonial of the Byzantine emperor at the end of the 14th century, according to the Russian envoy to Constantinople and Mount Athos. Professor, welcome.
Eleftheria, wait for Professor. If his connection is not stable, then we can move to the next presentation and wait.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Maybe without the camera and if without the share screen is gonna be easier.
Is it okay? I have one small interruption.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm so glad to see you at this very interesting conference organized by my colleague, Professor Androudis. I'm glad to continue collaborate our
I'm afraid the issue persists. Let's see, he has connected again.
Oh my God.
It was an interruption again. We can see you now.
Okay, I try to open my presentation. Maybe you can see.
We can see that you shared the screen. Yes, here it is now, but it's not a clear screen.
Maybe it's one. Okay. Russian pilgrim depictions of Constantinople have long been recognized as among the best sources for the ceremonies of the Byzantine court. One of the earliest documentary evidence of diplomatic contacts with Byzantium is the protocol of the church embassy of Metropolitan Pimen to Constantinople at the end of the 14th century. Its author, monk Ignatius, was probably a native of Smolensk or the Smolensk land. It is known that his parents' names are Yuri and Marie, and that he took monastic vows at the Smolensk monastery of the Sevier on Smedin. Contrary to the custom established in literature of calling Ignatius erediakon or diakon, he didn't have a rank, being, according to his own testimony, only a simple monk. It's a very important fact that may light for his evidence during his envoy. Only a simple monk in the church embassy. From the work of Ignatius, it is known that in 1389-1393, he, accompanying Bishop Michael of Smolensk, who gave a blessing to compile a full description of their mission, took part in a trip to Constantinople as part of the official embassy of Metropolitan Pimen, who sought to retain the metropolitan throne. It is believed that around 1396, Ignatius of Smolensk settled on Mount Athos, where he witnessed a strong earthquake. The last news about him is a message about a visit to Thessaloniki and the veneration of the relics of great martyrs Demetrius and Saint Theodora Remir streaming, dates back to 1404-1405. Travel diary of Metropolitan Embassy under two various titles, The Journey of Ignatius Smolinin, or the second, Pimenov's Traveling to Constantinople, has been preserved in no less than 24 copies over 16th, 18th century, conveying two editions of the text, an early brief one as part of digests, and a later full chronicle one, which has been preserved in three versions, one of which was included in the Nikon Chronicle. You can see one of very rare example of manuscript from Russian State Archives of Ancient Acts with the Journey of Ignatius of Smolinin. The early edition, you can see in your screen, contains
it seems that we lost connection again. Wait.
Once more, excuse me so much for this one. Okay, demonstrate. Okay, once more. Okay. You can see this some significant abbreviations. An introduction, a description of the landscape of the middle and lower reaches of the River Don, the author's measurements of the Cathedral of St. Sophia, a discussion of the result of the litigation between Metropolitan Cyprian and Pimen, a description of the cloths of the wolves present at the coronation of Emperor Manuel, including foreign delegations, a description of the actions of the Patriarch during the coronation, and demonstration of samples of tombs to the newly crowned emperor, as well as a parable about the fraile of the emperor. Two editions.
Apologies for the interruption. The full screen is not shared, so we see still the first image of the presentation.
Image? Okay.
If you could just click on each on the left side on its slide, it should be working.
Uh-huh. Is it okay? Maybe you can see?
No, not yet in full screen. It's okay if we can see it like this, but just click on the left side in each slide so that it changes, because we still see the first one.
Okay, only maybe you can see the second.
No, not yet.
You can see. Can you see the second sheet?
No, not yet.
No.
You can see it from the PowerPoint software, but in order for this to work, you have to click on each slide on the left side.
Yes, I clicked to the left side, but only this one in this manner. Where you can see. No. You can see anything.
No, we can see just only the first page, the first slide. With the
title. And what we can do? Okay.
Maybe if you can unshare and share again, the issue
yes.
will be resolved.
Okay.
Now it seems it's working. It's moved.
It's moving.
Yes.
It's moving.
Professor, yes, now it's moving.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yes.
No.
Yes. It's moving.
Yes. Maybe you can see.
Yes, we can see the third one from the small PowerPoint.
Maybe due to weak connection. Yes, you can see the second with manuscript. Yes.
Only the third. Just leave it outside of the full screen, and we can see the smaller one, so that we don't lose connection again. We can see the smaller one. Thank you. Now it's the second one. Thank you.
The second? Okay, you can see the second. Thank you. A full edition of Ignatius' work has been preserved as a part of the Phaseol Chronicle, where its text is illustrated by 90 miniatures, including 23 miniatures, make up a cycle about the emperor's.
Eleftheria, possibly if he close his camera, Professor close his camera.
I think, yes, he disconnected again. Yes, he's disconnected again. Perhaps I can share the presentation. If you can share it with me, and I can share it so that there is no loss of bandwidth. I don't know.
Finally, we turn to the travels themselves, but our travel not so good due to connection.
Maybe we can try this time with the closed camera so that there's no internet loss, if it's okay with you.
Excuse me, maybe you can see my presentation.
No, not yet.
Why? Okay. Закрыто. I am open. Maybe you can see. Is it okay?
No, not yet. I think there is a time difference. due to the lagging.
Maybe Eleftheria, Professor Ulyanov could send you the PDF of the PowerPoint and you can present it. We could
Yes.
do like this and move to the next presentation. Not to have time, lose time and have this.
Yes. Okay. I will send him an email, but in the meanwhile, I think he connected again. Should we proceed with your presentation?
Yes, if you want.
Go on again.
You can see it not only.
Second presentation, so that we have time that you send me your presentation to share it and present it after the second presentation. Is it okay? Can you hear us? Okay.
Eleftheria, move on, please.
Yes. So, okay, we move now to the second presentation today. The Professor Androudis is a professor of Byzantine and Islamic art and archaeology at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and the topic he will present today is Trebizond medieval travel accounts and borderlands. Thank you. We can see the second screen.
Не знаю.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. The topic of this presentation is the presentation of some accounts on medieval in Trebizond during the 14th and 15th centuries. As we know, the Empire of Trebizond emerged after 1204 with the aid of the Princess of Georgia, Tamar. A new Greek state was established in the region of Euxenos Pontos, the Black Sea, the southern coast. And this empire survives until 1461, until its fall to the army of Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror. During this period, Trebizond flourished as a center of culture and Hellenism, and due to the fact that it was situated on the major trade route of this period, on the Silk Route, the northern part of the Silk Route, via Tabriz, Trebizond, Constantinople, all these ports, all goods from the east arrived to the ports of the west. And due to this fact, Trebizond flourished and soon expanded from its narrow walls. As you can see in this photograph, this is the old walls, the first phase of the walls of Trebizond, and soon expanded to the west and to the east with the many suburbs situated outside the city walls. And then we had the establishment of Western colonies, especially of Genoese in the Leontokastron. It was trade port at that period. This is the diagram of the expansion of Trebizond. And as you can see, in the 15th century, the city, according to the descriptions and descriptions in Greek, the so-called enkomia, which are these texts are praising the qualities of the capital of the empire of the Grand Komnini, Megalo Komnini. And we have a wide bibliography on this topic, the old monograph of Breyer and Winfield, Topography and Monuments of Pontus, 2-volume set, published by Dumbarton Oaks. And then we have the works by Sergei Karpov and recently by Peacock on the Empire of Trebizond. And after 1204, the Acropolis of Trebizond, which was situated in this part of the walls, in the upper part of walls, was rebuilt in multiple phases until 1461, the year of the city's fall to the Ottomans. The Acropolis, built on the highest point of the hill, is known as Korti, Kulas, that means tower in Turkish, Palatio, and served as the seat of the government, the Palace of Megali Komnini. And the tower that you can see, it was the extreme part of the Acropolis. It served like a donjon, a tower built by John IV, Komnenian, does not survive anymore. So as you can see, this is the plan of Trebizond, the capital of the empire. It's an old photograph of the city with this eastern part, the so-called Exotica, situated outside the walls, and some engravings. That photo was taken in 2004 before the construction of this terrible bridge that passes over the modern city of Trebizond. And from the first time, Trebizond had acquired multinational identity. Situated on this route, it was surrounded by Seljuk Turks, then Mongols of the Golden Horde, also Venetians, Genoese, and one of the most representative monuments is the Church of Hagia Sophia. Unfortunately, we do not have travel accounts on this church. It was built toward the first and the half of the first half of the 13th century. It is a church that combines Byzantine elements and Georgian elements together with these decorations of Seljuk style. It's obvious that Seljuk stone masons worked for this monument, as we can see from the next slide. And these capitals are not imitating Seljuk models. In fact, they are Seljuk models, and we have the Western type frieze of the Genesis in the south portico. And as far as it concerns the arts and culture, we have great scholars like Bessarion, comes from Trebizond, and other scholars, and this capital, Greek capital, is ascribed the version of the Romance of Alexander, which now in the Hellenic Institute of Venice, from which this conference is transmitted. And this is the Leontokastron. It's the Genoese establishment, Genoese port, and this sort of fortress from old photographs protecting the second port of Trebizond, And from Trebizond, Trebizond served as a post on this long silk route from various emissaries and envoys like and ambassadors and merchants as Marco Polo and other scholars, and Angeliki Zavara referred to some other scholars during the morning. And also it was in close connection with the Golden Horde. We have two relatively contemporary encomia of Trebizond by Vissarion, and the ekphrasis of Trebizond by Ioannis Evgenikos, which is attributed to the period 1444-1450. The existence of the above works inevitably leads to a comparison. Vissarion's work contains a wealth of information about the history of the city, its inhabitants, and its natural and built environment, which he certainly knew very well, considering the fact that his roots were from Trebizond. The work of Ioannis Evgenikos is a product of his visit to the city, and as his descriptions are accurate and detailed, reference will also be made to the surviving archaeological remains of the city, especially the palace of this capital. And as they are witnessed in the aforementioned encomia, particularly that of Vissarion. We have the description of Marcos Evgenikos. He was an opponent of the Union of Churches, much like his brother Mark, who was the leader of the anti-unionist faction. He was a Constantinopolitan born on the island of Imbros to a Trebizondine father, and appears to have been very much interested in the survival of Byzantine culture, and in particular of Byzantine cities. In addition to the encomia of Trebizond, he wrote encomia for Corinth, the village of Petrina in the Peloponnese, the island of Imbros, and two settlements, as well as a monody for the fall of Thessaloniki to the Ottomans in 1430. Ioannis Evgenikos' description of Trebizond is renowned for his, let's say, bucolic reference. However, it is worth examining one of the introductory texts that refer to the fortifications and freedom. As you can read, the city is secured with solid walls and towers. It is protected on each side by a river and a gorge, and is further strengthened by a steep terrain. It is strongly walled with a magnificent palace situated in the most beautiful spot. It never nor even in the future will it ever fall to the hated enemy. Even when surrounded by such barbarian nations, the city never saw the day of slavery. Of course, the texts are referring to the Seljuks, their successors, and the Turkomans that attacked Trebizond. We had many incidents, the fire of Trebizond in 1319. And so, according to the text, the citizens of Trebizond Empire, the Empire of Trebizond, enjoyed permanent freedom within the city walls. But what was the nature of this freedom? Did Ioannis Evgenikos have Aristotle's ideal city in mind? This is a question to be examined and deserves further research. The encomia of Trebizond, and this is part of the city walls in the Acropolis, and the above conserved parts, we see remnants of the palace of Trebizond. These photographs were republished by Bryan and Winfield. And this is the tower of John IV. We showed this tower before. And the encomium of Vissarion, I chose a text referring to the palace. I will not read, you can read the palace. It's a description of the palace with all these beautiful halls, and that were very much decorated. They were paved with marbles and so on. One can easily find this text, and this is a translation in English. And passing from the text, we can start to investigate the remains. This is a plan on your right-hand side, drawn by Brian and Wilfield, the plan of the Acropolis, where the palace area is situated. And there are some marks, some numbers indicating the buildings. This is number 24 of the plan of Brian and Wilfield. Certainly, these windows and openings correspond to a big hall situated in the upper part of the palace, like it is encountered in the late Byzantine period, as we can see from the so-called Tekfur Palace in Constantinople. And in search of these ruins, somebody can see this tower, the so-called Tower of Vasilopoula, of the maiden, of the princess. These names are conventional, and if one in the past could try to enter, I tried to enter the palace and see the internal part of the masonry with the openings and some other remains of the palace in the interior of the Acropolis, the number 24 of the plan of Brian and Winfield. This is the so-called Tower of Vasilopoula. And this is the building number 22 in the Tower of Vasilopoula, and the wall of the Acropolis. The building number 22 has at least two or three building phases, but this date before the end of the Empire of Trebizond. Together the same building, and the interior of the building. Today it's difficult to access because excavation and consolidation works are being carried out inside this complex. And we can see also the building or the remains of the building with number 23 on your left of your right-hand side, with these two lobed openings. And this disposition reminds of the Western palaces, and also the palaces of Mistra. And enigmatic is the building number 28 in the southeastern part, two-story building with these arched windows. Probably it served as a hall of reception. But I believe that in the end of these excavations, the complex history of the palace would be revealed. So the second part of this paper is how Trebizond was figured in the Portolands. We have descriptions of the littoral of Trebizond. Breyer also published an article relating to descriptions by travelers of the littoral of the Empire of Trebizond. And this is in the Portolands, the flag of above the city of Trebizond figures with the emblem of double-headed eagle. Double-headed eagle never served as an emblem of Trebizond. It was an emblem of Byzantine Empire itself, and not of the Empire of Trebizond. But there were certain historical facts that led to the adoption of this, even for a short period, of this emblem, which was Constantinopolitan in origin. So we have the map of this with a red arrow is the Barbacan, which was added in 1324 by the emperor of Trebizond, Alexios, in order to strengthen the fortress of Trebizond from the attacks of Turkomans. According to the Metropolitan of Trebizond, Chrysanthos, who situated a relief with double-headed eagle in this Barbacan, we found this slab with a double-headed eagle above the entrance of the Church of Metamorphosis, Transfiguration in Kalamaria, Thessaloniki, which was built from the refugees, the Greek refugees of Pontus after the exchange of populations in 1924. So the inhabitants of Trebizond were working, some workers discovered this slab during the Russian occupation of the city, and they hid this slab and they transported it to Greece, to their new homeland after 1924, and they immured this slab above the entrance of the modern church. So this is curious. This relief is not typically Byzantine. They didn't have an image of the Byzantine double-headed eagle since it was not used by Trebizond, from inhabitants of Trebizond and rulers of Trebizond. So in my opinion, possibly they invited some sculptures from the Seljuk realm. So this double-headed eagle is typical Seljuk and presents many affinities with the coins from Artukid and Seljuk realm. These Artukid coins and Seljuk coins and Artukid reliefs. And this, how we can explain the this double-headed eagle in Trebizond. Alexios, his mother, was the niece of the Byzantine emperor, and she was given as spouse to the emperor of Trebizond in order to be, let's say, a vassal of the Byzantine Empire of Constantinople. So for a short period, it seems that the double-headed eagle was employed in the Empire of Trebizond, and because Alexios was a Palologan from his mother, he served this emblem. But the curious is after even until the end of 16th century, even after the disappearance of the Empire of Trebizond, the double-headed eagle is figured above the city of Trebizond in all the portulans, starting from the portulan of Angelino Dulcer. This portulans, which was produced mainly in Mallorca, they are figuring the emblems of the empires, and also know these two more examples from Trebizond is this founding charter of the monastery of Dionysiou in Mount Athos, with the Emperor Alexios and his wife, who was also was Kantakouzidi, and she also uses the double-headed eagle. And these two badges, heraldic badges of some of the envoys of Trebizond, in the princes of Trebizond in the Union Conference of Florence. So these are some examples of the use of double-headed eagle in portulans from Pizzigoni, from Guillermo Soler, and also we have Valseca and Mapamudi Catalan. We have many examples of the use of this emblem of a double-headed eagle, and what is the reason of using this emblem? I believe that one reason is that there was always this emblem on the Purgion, and Purgion was the first see think that somebody viewed in Trebizond while approaching the walls of the city, and then it was probably the tradition, and one portolan was imitating the elements of another portolan. And it is curious also to see the presence of double-headed eagle in a little known, the last Greek state that fell into the Ottomans. It's the city of the so-called Empire of Theodori or Mangup in Crimea. which was surrounded by Mongols of the Golden Horde as well as by Genoese. So they have matrimonial relations with the Empire of Trebizond, and slabs from the palace of Mangup, Theodoro, and also we have in the right-hand slide the funerary textile of Maria of Mangup, who originated from Mangup and married to the Prince of Wallachia, and that's also the travel, let's say, in parentheses, of the motif of double-headed eagle, its itinerary. So to conclude, the Empire of Trebizond has its own itinerary during the 14th and 15th century, independently from other Greek states or remains, states or empires, and uses. We have a very we have some details descriptions of Trebizond, and it is encountered many times in Pero Tafur accounts of travels and in other travels, and it also figures in this Portolani. It was a very important trade station in this Silk Route trade. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Androudis, for this fascinating presentation with such rich material. I think the issue of the internet connection of Professor Ulyanov still hasn't resolved. So shall we move to the next presentation until we have a word from... Okay. So the third presentation of the third session is from Mrs. Tsirova Anastasia.
May I interrupt you? She kindly asked me in the morning to substitute her for the last day, so she cannot get some also some internet problems. So we will move to the last but not least presentation of this session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we can ask Professor Ulyanov to move his presentation tomorrow as well, if this can happen. And okay, last but not least, Professor Lovely Ergun. Hello, welcome. Professor Lovely is a professor of classical archaeology at Dokuz Eylül University in Izmir. His presentation is on Ibn Battuta's travel to Constantinople. Thank you very much.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much too. Good evening to everybody from Izmir, from Turkey, and thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to my friend Andouris for this kind of invitation. I'm just now trying to fix up with the PowerPoint, but let me just find out where I just actually... Oh, right, I just remember, because I'm forgetting everything. I'm mixing everything, forgetting everything, getting older and older. So let me just find it first. Right, I just got it. Right. Yeah, the presentation will be something about my hometown, about Istanbul. Yeah, this is going to be hopefully a nice presentation, but from the 14th century. So long time ago. Now we're going back to 650 years ago. So let me just start with the screen share. There you go. And then, right, perfect. I think that it's now visible. What I'm going to do is just, I'm going to do like that so that I will also read it out on my own. Right. Yeah, the presentation will be about the Ibn Battuta's travel to Istanbul in his time period of 14th century. Can you guys now see the PowerPoint? I guess, yeah, no?
Yes, we can see, but not in full screen.
Yes, the problem is though, Eleftheria, I could of course do it, but at the same time I need to read it from the thing.
It's okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We can see it like this.
Smaller,
No
in a
problem.
small, because it's not really meaningful. Okay, the pictures are nice, but you know you can also do without them. Not very, I would say, a big necessity, right? So let me start reading it, right? So travelogues are writings in which a traveler transfers into the text his impressions and information he has collected about a certain geographical area and the historical period he has visited. Sources such as travel books, travel memoirs are important historical documents, as all we know very well, have an important place in recognition of Asia Minor or the cities in Asia Minor. Those who wrote these works convey their impression of the places they visited, seeing them from their own perspectives, both from a historical, cultural, and sociological perspective. Right, so let me just go to my slide 2. Yeah. Travelers who wrote travelogues about the East and the Ottoman Empire, which became widespread in Europe, especially after the 16th century, were mostly historians, diplomats, scientists, and people of this similar professions. The subject of this paper is announced several times. Ibn Battuta, one of the first Muslim travelers, and his trip to Istanbul, my hometown, which will be hopefully an interest for all of you. Right. So let me just show you my main sources. Ibn Battuta is one of the most prominent travelers of the Middle Ages and the author of the travelogue known as Rihlatu Ibn Battuta. His full name is in Arabic Ebu Abdullah Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Muhammad bin Ibrahim Levati Tanji, a long name. He lived in the 14th century, as I said, and was a Moroccan Muslim who went on pilgrimage to Mecca in 1325. Since Ibn Battuta did not write any works on popular subjects, such as law and literature in his young ages, he is not mentioned much by his contemporary historians. However, he's one of the most traveled travelers of the Middle Ages. So that means I'm trying to say that in his time period, in the 14th century, he was not a big name. He became a big name afterwards. So let me just show you my main sources on Ibn Battuta. We have on Ibn Battuta's travel to Istanbul. So I'm not the first one who really works on it. This subject has been already published by several authors. The first one was François Michaud. His paper Ibn Battuta à Constantinople, La Grande, in a journal Médiéval, in the series of Toute la route menant à Byzance, as well as Norris, in Journal of Islamic Studies, as well as Byzantiums. In Byzantium, we have a paper by Vincent Puech, Constantinople au IVe siècle, vu par Ibn Battuta. Okay, let me just also show the ways that the routes that he has seen. The adventures he experienced during the pilgrimage led him to travel further afield, and in the 14th century, he made bold journeys to Africa and Middle East and even Far East, which were little known by the Europeans. So I just found a very basic sort of map for his routes. Ibn Battuta, known as Tufet un Nuzahur fi Garaib il-Emsal vel Ajaib il-Efsar in Arabic, traveled between Spain and India for a quarter of a century and described the cultures, traditions, and people of these geographies. In the words of Russian Arabist Ignatiy Yulinovich Krachowski, he's considered an authority on Arabic literature. Ibn Battuta traveled a much wider area than Marco Polo and left him behind because he reached important cultural centers of these two continents. In Turkey, when I teach to my students about medieval travelers, we always talk about either Ibn Battuta from the east or Marco Polo from the west. So, you know, for us, Ibn Battuta was the Eastern ambassador of traveler generations in the late medieval period. So let me just show you my work on his, travels to Anatolia and Istanbul. Ibn Battuta's trip to Anatolia took place between 1320 and 1388, when he decided to enter the service of Tughluq Sultan of Delhi in India. The traveler decided to go to Anatolia, which was under the rule of Seljuks, in order to find the translator he would need on the way. From Damascus, let me just show you about Damascus here. From Damascus, he went to Alanya on a Genoese ship, and from there he went to Sinop via Konya. Then he went to Astrakhan, Russia, with a caravan. While a woman of Istanbul origin who was pregnant in Astrakhan was allowed to return on her own hometown, which is Istanbul, to give birth, Ibn Battuta was also given permission to accompany her on this trip. Let me just show you the thing. Here I got this all occurred in the time of Andronikos III. Based on this incident, Ibn Battuta went to Istanbul in 1332 and visited Byzantine Emperor Andronikos Palaiologos. The sole ruler at that time was him at the city of Constantinople. So let me show you the other slide of me. And it is known that Arab travelers called the Byzantine emperor as Tefkur. This is also what we call in Turkish, or Kaiser. Tefkur comes from the Armenian word Takavur or Takavor, which means king, or Kirkis, which Ibn Battuta also mentioned is a common Christian name among Arabs and is Arabic equivalent of Georgios, like Yorgos, which we know in Turkey a lot, especially in Istanbul. When we mean about a Greek, we always say Yorgo, Yorgi or something. So this has a reason from the 14th century. However, the one who ruled in Istanbul during the traveler period was Andronikos III. So this shows that the traveler confused the dates at that time. So let me show you my slide number 11. There you go. Here is this nice, beautiful painting of Hagia Sophia from the 14th century. The traveler, Ibn Battuta, noted that he saw Hagia Sophia, a church in the 14th century, from the outside, but this was not denied by some other Arab travelers. After staying in Istanbul for a month, he set out to go to India via Astrakhan. Ibn Battuta visited Galata and Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and while talking about the market tradesmen, most of them were women, he informed the name of the city was said as Istanbul by those in the palace. In the Ibn Battuta's traveler book or traveler notes, there are three parts which are concerning about Turkey, about Ottoman Empire, about Asia Minor, and these were Anatolia, northern Turkish provinces, as well as southeastern Anatolian regions. So I have counted the places that he has seen or he has noted in my slide number 13 from Turkey. These are the places that he visited in Turkey, in our country, which were Alanya, Antalya, Burdur, Isparta, Eğirdir, Gölhisar, Laodikeya, Tavas, Muğla. That goes so long up to Sinop and Istanbul. These are the last three places, Kastamonu, Sinop, and Istanbul. Well, these three places seem to be like very difficult to see in one life at this century because they were very far away to each other. So, one could discuss about if he has really seen all those places. So let me just start to the part of my lecture on his observations on my hometown, on Istanbul. What did he see? Well, in his 34th chapter of his work, which is My Travel to Constantinople in Arabic, Ibn Battuta examined his trip to Istanbul, which he called Constantinople, in the following sections. So the sections that he has are, let me just show you here, on the Byzantine border, entering the city, ruler of the city of Constantinople, description of the city, of the great church, monasteries of the city of Constantinople, concerning the monk, ruler, circus, and concerning the judge of Constantinople. So he has even a part on the judge of Istanbul at that time. In the chapter number 35, the departure from Istanbul to the journey to Transoxiana, which was one of the regions where Islamic civilization developed in the Middle Ages, and host the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara are described. In the chapter on his journey to Istanbul, Ibn Battuta mentions that they set out at the end of month of Shawwal, and after a while they reached Medfili, the first castle of Byzantine Empire on the Byzantine border. I believe this Metfili, my impression is that it should be somewhere between Izmit and Pendik on the Asiatic side of Istanbul, still in the border of Istanbul, but it's still not very possible to define about the exact location of this place, Metfili, where it is all about. Maybe close to the Sabiha Gökçen airport today. The 10th of the month of Shawwal in the year 734, which he stated in his trip, corresponds to June 14, 1334. The 1330s, when Batuta visited Byzantium, were times of severe political and economic crisis experienced by the Byzantines. This also found a place, at least partially, in his traveler narratives. Yeah, so that means, what I mean in my paper is that he is also not talking, but reporting about some problems occurred in Byzantine landscapes with Byzantine people. So it is also important for us to read him, because to learn about what was going on in Byzantine palace at that time. Well, according to him, there is a journey from Meftili Castle to Istanbul that takes 22 days, which is very interesting. The sea recess is reached on the 16th day of the road. It takes 6 days to reach Istanbul from there. He stated that since the land became mountainous and steep after this castle, they abandoned their cars and started traveling on horseback and muleback. The big city close to Istanbul, which the traveler did not name, must be Selembria, today Silivri, on the European side of Istanbul, which is on Marmara Coast and already 70 kilometers far from Istanbul. I would say 72 kilometers. So 70 kilometers means in the 14th century for them 20 days of travel. Very interesting. Yeah, number 16, site number 16. Ibn Battuta mentions that they later arrived at the Mesleme bin Abdülmelik Castle, built on the slope of a mountain by flowing Istapili, that is Astelefos River. As it is known, Maslama bin Abdülmelik, he was an Umayyad commander who lived in the 7th and 8th centuries and became one of the leading Arab commanders of the early 8th century, leading campaigns against the Byzantine Empire and Khazar Khaganate. He gained great fame during the second siege of Constantinople by the Arabs. He states that there is nothing left in this castle other than ruins, notes that a large town was built outside the castle. Then they passed many bays and villages on the way to Istanbul. He mentions the existence of a small town called Phoenicia near the Third Gulf. He says that the castle is strong and the churches and the buildings were built very carefully. According to him, water channels separated the streets of the small city and surrounding area, was covered with the vineyards and gardens. Every year, fruits such as grapes, plums, apples, and quinces were collected in this town, dried and stored for the next year. So that means he was also reporting also about the botanic and about the agricultural heritage of the region. So let me just show you my next slide. In this slide, number 16, I just tried to show you the tomb of Maslama bin Abdülmelik that I mentioned, that also Ibn Battuta mentions in the Arab mosque in Arab Jami in Karaköy in Istanbul, which is just close to the Galata area, actually. And it was one of the earliest Catholic church in Istanbul, actually. Ibn Battuta states that he stayed in a place 10 miles away from Constantinople, and next morning, some on horseback, some on foot, women and children, all dressed up in their best clothes and went out of the city. He explains that they entered the magnificent city of Constantinople around noon that day. He mentions that as the group entered the city, all the bells rang and the sky and earth groaned with the sound, which is amazing. This really sounds very Istanbul. When they came to one of the gates of the ruler's palace, they encountered about 100 doormen. He tells that they also shouted Sarakino, which means Muslims for in Byzantine terms. This group prevented Ibn Battuta and his group from entering to the city. While describing the palace of the Byzantine ruler, Ibn Battuta mentions a large hall whose walls are decorated with mosaics. These mosaics contain images of animals and landscapes. So that means through this passage, we also learn how the palaces were actually decorated at that time. This pretty much reminds me the finds of mosaic in different places, in different sites in Istanbul. He says that there is a magnificent hall with a fountain in the middle and surrounded by trees. People were standing in silence left and right. No one was talking to anybody, he noted. There he talked to a Jewish translator and noted that the translator with whom he spoke Arabic told him that he was Syrian. So that means he has also lied at that time. Yeah, let me just show you the other picture. While describing the Byzantine palace, Batuta stated that the Byzantine ruler sat on his throne in a magnificent domed inner hall. What Batuta refers to as Emperor's Palace must be Blacherna Palace, located near the northwestern end of the city in the 14th century. That is, he meant a place currently known as Tefkur Palace or Tefkur Sarayı, which is Blacherna Palace. That was a Byzantine imperial residence located in the Blacherna district, which is Ayvansaray, in the northwestern part of Constantinople. The area where the palace is located is covered with buildings today. We only have descriptions found in written sources. This palace was built around 500, AD 500. During this period, I mean, in early Byzantine period, during this period, the main imperial residence was still the Grand Palais in Sultanahmet. At the end of the 11th century, Alexios Komnenos moved his imperial residence here, and his grandson, Manuel Komnenos, improved the palace significantly. It's still south of the Blacherna Palace. Is it coming from me, the sound? Yeah, sorry.
It's okay now.
Yeah, sorry. This happens in Turkey a lot. A little south of Blacherna Palace is the Tefkur Palace, the ruins of which are still extant. Tefkur Palace is also sometimes considered part of the Blacherna Palace complex. So that means there are two palace complexes in the area. So even for us, for art archaeologists and for art historians and for historians, it's still not very possible to differentiate these two palaces through the ruins of today. Yeah, so this is one of the view of the palace in 2007, which is a lovely area, actually, one of the best area that I love in Istanbul. Yeah, let me just show you also his observation about Haliç. In Ibn Battuta's observation about the topography of the city during his trip to Istanbul is as follows. The city is infinitely big as today, the same as today. It is divided into two parts. Between the two sides, there is a large river with tidal waters. There used to be a bridge over it, but it was ruined. Currently, large boats can cross the street. The name of the river in question is Apsumi in Greek. The palace, the place Batuta calls Apsumi is Potamasa. That is the Golden Horn. Potamasa means all we know that it is river. Golden Horn is also known as Kırzakeras, is the sea indent separating the Sarayburnu and Beyoğlu, I mean Pera plateaus at the entrance to the Bosphorus, at the southeastern tip of the Çatalca Peninsula, covering the European side of Istanbul. Let me show you on the map. Here we have three huge parts of Istanbul, of ancient Istanbul. The Sarayburnu is this part, where we have most of the Byzantine civic and common and imperial buildings. Today we call it Historical Peninsula, Tarihi Yarımada. Then we have this huge part after Golden Horn, which was actually Catholic. The Frankish part of Istanbul with Galata and lately Pera, where after the 19th century, there were these consulate buildings, embassy buildings during the late Ottoman period. And across on the other side of the Gulf, we have the two huge parts of Istanbul. The first part is Üsküdar, which is Skutari, or in Greek, Chrysopolis. Then we have Kadıköy, which is Kalkedon in Greek and in Latin. but they were not included in the territories of Constantinople. Constantinople or Byzantium was mostly based on Sarayburnu, actually, not more than here. So more than the outer walls, outer fortification walls. So the description of Batuta perfectly corresponds to this topography. The Arabic word estuary, which is a geomorphological name of the structure formed by the sea invading a part of the river bed that reaches it, has become a proper name since the Ottoman period due to the importance of the Istanbul estuary for the city, and has become the name of the city region covering many districts. So I also would like to say something about the etymology of Istanbul. He says that Istanbul, which he calls Astanbil in Moroccan Arabic, is on the east bank of the river. Before Ibn Battuta, Yakut Hamevi has also used the name Istanbul for Constantinople. Ebul Fida used this word when talking about Istanbul Golden Horn. Italian merchants probably contributed to the spread of the word Istanbul to the whole world. So that means it was neither Turkish nor Greek. It was more, I would say, an Italian version of a name, of an ancient name. And they actually transferred it into today's name, Istanbul. When Battuta, let me show you the other slide. Here we have a nice slide of Sarayburnu, Byzantium. Then Batuta means by the city of Istanbul. Here is this historical peninsula, which is Sarayburnu in Fatih, where the ruler and state officials at that time reside, where important public and religious buildings are located, such as Hagia Sophia or Great Palace or Hippodromos, where the majority of the population settles. He says that the bazaars here are paved with stones. Each bazaar has separate gates, is closed at night, and most of the bazaar tradesmen and craftsmen are women, like today Kapalı Çarşı. It's very, it's very, very similar to that. Now this is a modern picture of this place. I could tell you about the place. Here we have the Faculty of Literature of Istanbul University, and we have here the Eminönü Meydanı, and here we have the Center for Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, as well as the Valens Aqueduct. And we can also see the Galata Bridge as well as Pera. And here we could have the Marmara Hotel as a market in the area of Gezi Parkı. Right. According to Ibn Battuta, Istanbul was founded on the slopes of a mountain 9 miles towards the sea. According to him, its horizontal distribution is also in the same measure. He mentions that there is a small castle and a royal palace on top. According to him, the city walls surround the slopes of the hill from all sides, and no one can enter from the sea. He says there are 13 crowded neighborhoods in the city and extraordinarily large churches. Let me show you one more slide here. This is the most crowded part. Let me show you this, one of the most important church, Hagia Sophia, of course. The other part of the city is called Galata. According to him, the Frankish community, all of whom were merchants, settled at the site. So he really described it in a very, very extensive way, what Galata means for him. He's mentioning about several different things about that. So let me, and he also talks about Azar Kapı, Tophane, and Galata Tower, which are close to Beyoğlu area, but today in Karaköy area, in south western part of Beyoğlu. And he also talks about Genoese and Frankish buildings and institutions in the area. So let me also show you about his narrative on Hagia Sophia. He has also a description of Hagia Sophia, which he calls as great church. The religious service institutions around it have a significant place. His observation about the church, which he called in Arabic Hagia Sophia, during his trip to Istanbul is as follows. Since we cannot visit the inside of this church, we will only talk about the outside. The name of the church among themselves is Hagia Sophia. There is a rumor that Asaf, the son of Barhaya, the aunt of Suleyman alayhi salam, had this building built. It is the largest church in the Christian world, and its surroundings are separated by a wall. In this way, the building resembles a small city. It has 13 gates. There is a large gate in front of the courtyard, which is about a mile wide. no one will stop those who want to enter the courtyard from here. I entered here with the monk mentioned above, which was a father of the emperor. The courtyard resembled a large hall covered with marble slates divided into two by a rampart coming from the church, and the side walls of a hearth were covered with beautifully crafted porphyry marbles, 1 cubit high. So most of those things are perfectly right when we just check today the situation of Hagia Sophia. So he's really reporting about the writings on Hagia Sophia of the 14th century. So let me show you one more slide of it. There are still bunches of graves on the high wooden pergola that extends from the church door to the middle of the courtyard. So he also says before entering the church, one should prostrate in front of an old cross, which is thought to have made with remaining wood of the cross on which Jesus was crucified, and therefore considered as sacred. It is said that the number of priests and monks serving Hagia Sophia reached at that time thousands. That means he mentions in his writings that thousands of priests and monks were serving in Hagia Sophia in the 14th century. That means it was a really huge institution in his time period. Yeah, let me just also show you another one here. Yeah, Ibn Battuta also describes Byzantine monasteries. He says that there are similar to lodges and zawiyas in his country and states that their number is many in Istanbul. He mentions in detail 2 of these monasteries, one for men and one for women. According to him, most Byzantine rulers had a monastery built when they were 60 or 70 years old. After this, they wear a priest's robe called mish, woven from hair, and leave the throne for their sons. While describing the women's monastery, which he entered with a Greek guide, he used the following words: "Water was passing through the middle of the monastery. In the church inside, there were many, about 100 virgins dressed as nuns. All of their hair was cut, and felt caps were placed on their heads. They were girls with magnificent beauty that made one's heart flutter, and their faces were bright because of the worship they performed. A little boy went up to pulpit and read gospel, and those beautiful virgins in a sweet voice that I had never heard before." This is really amazing what he says. So this reminds me also a little bit of Greek monasteries of today, the ones that I have seen on Greek islands. Right, so let me talk about the results. Ibn Battuta's travelogue is one of the most important sources of information about pre-Ottoman and more precisely early Ottoman Anatolian Istanbul culture. It is most prominent work of the same period, especially for the cultural history of late medieval Anatolia. This work was translated into Turkish during the Ottoman period already. In fact, in a large part of the travelogue, Ibn Battuta explains how respectable the people who gave him money, food, and space were. However, there are some important considerations for the imagination of daily life of the age. Since Ibn Battuta includes more human elements in his travelogue, his work is of great benefit to us in analyzing the characters of the people living of those times. So I would like to thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this fascinating presentation with all this material. It seems like we went traveling to Istanbul as well. So thank you very much for this. Shall we try once more to connect with Professor Ulyanov? Can you hear us, Professor?
Eleftheria, we could possibly move this presentation to Sunday, so because possibly they have internet connections in Russia in the evening, so that's why Dr. Chizova asked me to move her presentation Sunday. Okay, thank you.
Then we shall proceed to the questions and discussion part. All right. So we have only 2 papers to discuss for this session, unfortunately. Let's start with Professor Androudis' presentation on Trebizond. Does anyone have a question or remarks? check at the chat as well. Yes, Professor Lovely.
Not enough. My speech was not. No. I first would like to congratulate him so much for this amazing work, which was very nice actually hearing about Trabzon at this conference in one of my favorite city actually in Turkey. I was just sort of curious about were you able to sort of combine all the for instance from Trevor Watkins, were you able to combine all the material of Dumbarton Oak studies in your paper? Were you able to consider about all art historical works, the previous works, or did you base on some main material in Trabzon? Because this was something that I was not really sure while you were just presenting your material, which I find very well and very, I would say, satisfactorily and also convincing.
Yes, I try to combine all this information and results of field work, let's say, because I visited the place twice, and it was in times where all buildings were abandoned. So I had in mind, I knew not very much the work of Breyer and Winfield. That's why I had an absurd idea of the palace. So that's why I try to visit the palace. But it is very difficult to understand how the palace was functioning. I think there is no connection between the description given by Bessarion and then the situation of the palace. It seems that the palace underwent many repairs and restoration. There are many building phases, and certainly there is an audience hall. I believe that the building which I saw the last was an audience hall, and the others were private halls. So as far as it concerns the other churches, there is mention to one church in the Citadel that figures in the old photograph published by the last volume on Trebizond by I don't remember Eastmont. So I found this possibly it was this chapel was the chapel that figures in Vissarion's and Gomion. So it's very difficult to combine all these elements, and I believe I had in mind from my visit in Trebizond that we should revise the work of Brian and Winfield in the modern period with the new data. That's what I was thinking to propose to Dr. Kontogiannis, which now is a director in Dumbarton Oaks, but it's a very difficult aspect, and I know that some Turkish colleagues have bought the rights of the archives of Brian and Winfield. I think it's a professor from Konya who has the rights. He's studying churches in Turkey. So I think we have a long road. He's in Necmettin Erbakan University, professor, I don't remember his name now, but collaborating with people there. And I know that he's studying churches, and he has the right to this material. So he owns up, let's say, this material, and I think we should collaborate, and we'll see what the excavation will give as a result in the Citadel. I tried to find some photographs and send some colleagues, and they were not allowed to enter in because there are excavations now in the palace.
Yes, yes, thank you. I have just written in chat line just one Russian thing about the list of travelers, late medieval travelers in Trabzon, and in Spiros Bronies, from your milieu, as well as Robert Edwards, who actually worked on the fortification both in Cilicia and in Pontus. He also wrote a lot in the 80s and 90s, as you know. They both collected also later travelers from 16 to I would say, beginning of 20th century, and also summarize them in a way which are still very useful. So maybe you could also use both of them in your publication. Yeah, thank you.
I think it's another British traveler of 17th century who described Trebizond, but I didn't use this. I used only medieval accounts. Thank you very much, Ergun, for your remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there is another question from Mr. Jean-Michel Chaud.
Hello, Professor Androudis. You hear me? Yeah.
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, long time ago.
Yes.
I wanted to know, in the building that you call 28, they are investigating and doing, excavation at this moment?
I think they're excavating the whole complex because this complex was isolated, let's say, it was a sort of wall, a transversal wall, which isolated the place of the Acropolis and the palace from the rest of the city. So we have the upper city, we have middle city, and we have the lower city. And it's very clear the classification of the cities areas. So
because you said that they don't.
I saw the part of the wall of this transversal wall of the Acropolis in one slide. Yes.
Because they don't know at this moment what was this building, right?
They will discover if they are doing excavation. I think colleagues from Turkey are doing excavations, and they published it in a proper manner. So we'll have results of their investigations.
And when you show the building, like the tower,
yes,
I think that's so similar with the Thessaloniki walls as well.
But it's totally, I believe it's different. But in Thessaloniki we have Heptapyrion. Then we don't have we have towers, but also in Heptapyrion they served as places for princes, because you know that even the Byzantine emperor resided in Heptapyrion in the late period for being more secure inside the fortress.
Thank you for
some of the towers where people could live in the towers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So is there another question for this paper? All right. Then for the second paper of Professor Laughlin, are there any questions?
If I may, Eleftheria.
Yes, of course.
Dear Ergun, I would like to congratulate you once again. You're really amazing. I consider you as a hardworking scholar, covering a wide range of things, and very, very. You're very hard worker, and I estimate very much your work. So I have some questions of mine, or let's say importance. I think you said that a distance of 70 kilometers were covered in, I don't remember if I misunderstood it, in how many days?
22. 22, which is a lot.
Days. It's a lot, because you know that the distance between Hans and Caravanserais was the limit was 60 or 70 kilometers between one post to another. So they changed horses in this building. So it's a lot.
Yes, definitely. But as Byzantinist, you will know better than myself. My impression is that between Selembria to Constantinople to Istanbul, I think the situation was not easy. My suspicion is that yeah, there were some I would say stations, there were some places that you need to stop by, and you know, I think the way was not open for everybody. There were, I guess, some barriers which he does not really mention. So it is actually similar to today, because once you take the road from Kocaeli to Istanbul, it seems to be some sort of short, but it takes a lot because of so much of traffic and so much of you know, different ways. And today now we have, of course, very functional routes and roads. And of course, the way is the time is, of course, more I would say quicker than this 22 days of 14th century. But still, compared to other places in Turkey, Istanbul is still a challenging place to reach in any way.
I would say
So,
to leave, because if
yeah.
you're trying to leave from Istanbul and move to the east, let's say going to the Black Sea, it's infernus. Yes, it took me 4 hours to leave and
Yes, to city A, yeah.
100 kilometers, 4 hours. Can you imagine?
You know it, yes.
So
So lots of traffic. I guess there were lots of traffic at that time too. So not one of the problem is that we have is we really do not know the topography between Selembria and Byzantium. We do not know how many sites, what type of sites, what type of functions did these sites have at that time. So that's a big task for the future. This should already be done, but as the metropolitan cities becoming and growing and growing and growing in this part, our knowledge is, of course, limited. But I guess the situation was a little bit complicated, and Ibn Battuta was reflecting the reality of this 22 days.
Yes, thank you very much for your information, which is valuable also for Eleftheria, who is preparing her PhD thesis on caravanserais and this.
Wow.
Yes. So
wow, sounds really good.
Very important to touch to these issues in from medieval times. He's working mainly in later periods with travel accounts and so on. So I was really impressed to see the tomb of Maslama bin Abdul Malik and this legendary saint who fell in the siege of Constantinople, and we have also another establishment of from also in Eskişehir. We have the Gazi Batal Kuliye, who never passed from this place, who never existed in this place. Yes, we have this sort of place. And concerning the two palaces, you spoke about the possibility of the existence of two palaces. I would like to just this recent research of mine. There are accounts of Tekfur Saray concerning in deal with the proper palace of Blaherne. So some let's say people who wanted to deal with the emperor himself, they were staying in Tekfur Saray or entering to the Great Palace. So in that case, let's say it was under siege, the palace of Blaherne, because people with their armies occupied the palace of Tekfur Saray. So you must not possibly exclude the possibility of referring to two palaces.
Yes, yes. Vincent Puig, our colleague from France, he already noted this about the reason why Blaherne was the one which is being referred by him instead of being in Sultanahmet, in the central place where Hagia Sophia is and where the cisterns are and where these huge common buildings, civic buildings are. This has already been discussed by him back in 90s. And he already had this hypothesis. But it is very important for us to see through Ibn Battuta's eyes the position of Blaherne in the 14th century. So it is already confirmed by him in a concrete way. how important and what type of role Blahana in the topography of Constantinople was in the 14th century. So for this reason, I think Ibn Battuta's account is very valuable, I would say.
Yes, thank you. And the last, just I remember this, that Ibn Battuta, as far as I remember, he saw so many crosses in Hagia Sophia, so the existence of so many crosses prohibited him to enter Hagia Sophia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
very
you
interesting. Yes.
for the presentation, yes.
Yes, I'm very glad reading from him an Islamic and Muslim observation of Hagia Sophia in the 14th century, because most of the things we have are like European or Byzantine accounts. So it is important to know how a Muslim, how an Oriental person did really feel when he entered to the church. And it is also very important for us to have such a person like Ibn Battuta, who really reflects what he feels. Yeah, I'm feeling very familiar with this because I'm still feeling even more or less the same things when I entered the church. So it is a refreshed feeling of which does not really getting sort of outdated after 600, 700 years. So I'm glad reading this from Ibn Battuta.
So, Eleftheria.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Any last question? I don't see any raised hands. So, okay. So, shall we conclude this session? So, thank you very much to the speakers. Apologies for the technical issues that we had. Fortunately, the two other presentations will be taking place the next days. Thank you very much to the presenters. Thank you very much to the participants. Thank you very much to the organizers for this conference and the opportunity to meet on this context.
Okay, thank you very much, Eleftheria. We'll move to tomorrow to our next session, and we are beginning at 10 o'clock Venice time, Central European time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.